Ay. You just pulled up on the true train, baby. Let's do this, or should I say, let's do this. Be rolling deep, me, I'm pink and teal. Facts hit hard like cocaine steel. Justice is bland, but we got the sight. Medium vibes digging through the night. Crystal ball glowing, gears and spin. Scales of truth, let the squad begin. Crime scene reads, spirit box speaks. We hunt the clues that the silence keeps. If you love the truth, and the spirits talk, yeah, then pull up on the spot. We on first, we rock the say, let's do this, say let's do this. Justice vibes and facts that hit one stream and you're feeling it. Quiet, smooch that thumbs up, tell, subscribe, don't front. Squad rolling loud, we call out the stun. Evil eyes steady, big facts locked tight. This ain't just talk, it's truth in the light. Spirit Squad, we don't play. True crime, spirit signs, every damn day.
Hello, hello, hello. Oh my goodness. How's everybody doing? I'm so excited. Oh, goodness gracious. It's been so long since I've been live. I'm so nervous. I'm just so nervous. Sound check. Do I sound good? I had to unplug my microphone and plug it back in. So hopefully my sound is good. I'm trying to pull it up here on my phone so I can see chat too. And hear myself. I don't like hearing myself. Does anybody like hearing themselves? Does anybody like the sound of their own voice? Not I. Let me get this finished here. Welcome in, everybody. I saw chat was popping before I even started the live stream. Ooh, I love it so much. I've missed you guys. I can't even explain. It feels like it's been way too long. Having withdrawals from my squad. Gosh darn it. All right. No. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Doing good. Today was a stressful day, but it ended very well. We just had a live over on Tammy's channel, on her tarot channel. She did readings tonight, and oh my goodness, it was fantabulous. And there's Hope Floats. There's one of the ones that got the reading tonight. Okay, let me go through and say some hellos. Let me go back up to the top here so I don't miss anybody. We got Bama was the first in. Whoop, whoop. And Megan L's. Hello, Carol. And my favorite pickles. Pickle Me Elmo is here. Mona, Tracy G, Nisi Marie. Whoop, whoop. And there's Tammy. Tammy, the bestest. Carol, Tammy, Mona, Hope Floats, Janine, Emmy Jo. Hi, Emmy Jo. Long time no see, girl. How you been? And there's the other channel of Tammy's. Tammy has two channels, okay? Like, she's on this, right? She has the Looking Glass Tarot, which is her tarot channel. And look, OMG. 11 months. And Tammy, you know what's so funny? When I was in your chat, the only time that I looked at the clock, it was 11:11. And you've been a member for 11 months? Like, oh, I love it. I love it. I just love it. Mona Star. Not for a little while. It's to be fair, I haven't been in a lot of live stream chats lately, but it's been at least a week or two since I've seen Magic Star. Where's my Magic Star pin? Where is her? We're going to have to put a bolo out for Magic Star. Magic Star, bolo. Be on the lookout. And oh my goodness, we got two. Stop it. 2 11:11s. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is a great sign. In my opinion, this is a great sign, right? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, we're going to have to play. We're going to have to shake our booties and play a little clip here. And hi, Tanks. Yes, Janine, I am talking about Sebastian. There is a new phone call that is out. It's an old phone call, but it's new to us. And I listened to it the other day and I was like, oh my gosh, we have got to talk about this. We've got to talk about it. So I figured this would be great to come back. Sebastian hasn't really been on anybody's screen lately that I've noticed, and I don't want him to be forgotten because I feel like that's what is wanted. That's why we have silence right now. And yeah. So hi Tinks and Keister Bunny. Oh my goodness. Right, angel signs, Hope. Yes. There's Wolfie and Be a Light. Hello, lady. How are you? Oh my goodness. And Wolfie, I wanna make you a mod also. Number 18. Thank you, Tinks. Oh, thank you. We got 18 thumbs up. Smooch it. We won't look. Well, we might peek, but we'll tell you we won't look, okay? Smooch the thumbs up. All right, let me find some music here. Let's see, we got double 11. Ooh, my goodness. What should we play? I've added some new things back here too. Like there's some funny stuff. We got some funny stuff back here too. Let's see. Let's do. See, I need to make new thank you videos because I feel like those are getting outdated, but this one is one of my favorites. So we're going to go back to this one. Okay. Here we go.
Not going to worry if it's out of my control. Ooh. And I just want to say thank you for loving me. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for loving me.
Woo. Thank you so much. I had to go back to that one because I feel like that is the most loving, I guess. It's a great word, right? Because I love you guys. 11 months. And Tammy and Hope Floats, like that blows my mind. So I'm so appreciative. I appreciate you so much. That's right. We will not ever forget Sebastian. His parents or his mother and stepfather can stay silent as much as they want, and we will sit over here and be outraged by their silence, but we're not going to let Sebastian vanish. He's not going to disappear. We're going to put his face on the screen, and I feel like everybody should be doing more of Sebastian right now because I feel like it's a sign. And we're going to get into it. I'm going to explain more of that. But if they want to be silent, then we'll be his voice. That's how I see it. So we're going to talk about it. That's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about it. Okay. Let me get back up here. Let me see. Wolfie is here. Let me add as moderator. There you go, Wolfie. There you go. Ooh. Okay. Let me see. We got, yes, welcome everybody. Do you like my new layout? Do you like the background? Is it cute? We're all at the movie theater. I think it's cute. He will not be forgotten. There's some new info in that call. Yes, exactly, Janine. Exactly. I noticed that too as I was listening to it, because I was like, oh, really? We've never heard that. Nobody's ever said, why haven't, like, I don't know if they ever stated the date of this call. So I want to listen for that too. Silver songs. I haven't been on Silver's channel for a while. Your grandbaby's 2 months old. Aww. Be a light. That's so sweet. Congratulations. Oh my goodness. And speaking of grandbabies, you know I got mine. Okay. I want to play some giggles. Okay. Yes, I'm gonna be playing the call tonight, Tinks. Yes, yes, yes. Hey Seth, how are you doing? I know it's a loaded question. Welcome in. And you think it was October 13th. Okay, I'm going to write that down. So October. So I wonder why this stuff that was shared in this call wasn't shared anyplace else, because he was definitely on some panels around that time, you know? Hi, just me. You're alive. Well, alive and kicking. I know you're kicking. And I give you so much credit, Seth, because woo, buddy, you have not been in handcuffs, and I think I would have already been. Okay, so you're alive and kicking and out there doing your thing, and I give you credit for that. After all the shit that has been thrown at you, I apologize on behalf of the creators on YouTube, because some creators, I think, take it too far, and you don't deserve that at all. So I'm happy you're here. Hi, Ronnie. Well, Ronnie, we're going to try to fill you in a little bit tonight, because I want to do an update of, like the facts of the case, and then we're going to jump into the call. So, I want to start it out though with some smiles, and the best way to give you smiles and show you where I've been is by playing some giggles. Okay? So that's what we're going to do first. And that's why I'm not online very much. I love it. Oh, I love her so much. I love her so much. Oh my goodness. I love the giggles. I just want to keep listening to the giggles. How can you listen to that and not put a smile on your face? Okay. So I want to start out with that, because it's almost like a palate cleanser, right? We have so much negativity that we have to endure by being on YouTube, not just by the true crime cases, but all of the shit that comes along with it. True crime is negative enough. It's hard enough. We're talking about real people and real families and real victims. Sebastian is a real person. He's not just some character on a screen somewhere. He's not just some soap opera drama star. He's a real kid. And he is nowhere in sight. Nobody has any clue of where this kid is. I call bullshit. I absolutely call bullshit. And it makes me mad, because people say that they're afraid of ghosts or afraid of spirits or, shit like that. And I'm like, you should be more afraid of the monsters that walk amongst us, the monsters that you walk by on the sidewalk that you never know. Look at how many people said Stephen Stearns was a good guy, Brian Koberger. Well, he was a little weird, but, he was cool. They're monsters. And they walk around breathe the same air that we breathe. So it makes me mad. And I agree. Mr. Craddock, where is Sebastian? What have you done lately? Where is the fresh pair of new eyes? Why has there not been somebody else? Like Brandon Carter, I'll give him credit because he's been the one working the case. I'm sure he's worked his ass off. I'm sure he's put in a lot of work. But is there not somebody else that can like jump in there and, help review the old stuff again? According to Chris, I mean, him and Katie have just been so helpful. Everything that law enforcement has wanted, Chris and Katie have served to them on a silver platter. There was a camera across the street that saw the front door of the house where Sebastian was last seen inside of. There was a camera behind the house that shows the back door of the house where Sebastian was last seen inside of. How did he vanish out of that house? Make that make sense, because I don't get it. I'm going to try not to not get angry tonight. I'm going to really try. That's part of the reasons why I played the giggles, because I knew my temper was coming. Whew. I'm trying to get caught up here in chat. I just want to make sure I don't miss anybody. And yes, continue. Yes, prayers. Oh my goodness. I pray for Seth on a daily basis. Seth and Brandy Vaughn are like the two that I pray for daily without ever missing a day, a prayer every single day. They both deserve answers. They both deserve their children, their sons, their baby boys. Oh, Carol, she'll be 18 in May. My baby boy is about to be 16. And I think that that's another reason why Sebastian's case hits so close to me, because when you find a case that is like, on the news, and that's what you're seeing all the time when the child is first reported missing, you listen to the details, and there's so many things that hit home with you. There's so many things that resonate with you. And with me, my son is also on the spectrum. He's very close to Sebastian's age, and there's a lot of similarities. Listening to Seth describe Sebastian, a lot of the things I'm like, oh my gosh, my son just did that. Or, oh, I remember when, like there's certain things that just pop out. And the way that he's described as being on the spectrum, where it's not like a prominent thing, he's very high functioning. So is my son. It's more of like the social cues, where he doesn't totally understand sarcasm. He doesn't engage in conversation so much because he doesn't really feel comfortable unless he feels more comfortable with adults than he does with children. Just certain things that I'm like, oh my goodness, even down to the excuse of the chocolate milk mustache, which I don't believe that's what that was in that school picture, but that was the excuse for the marking on Sebastian's face. My son drinks chocolate milk on a daily basis. And he always has a chocolate milk mustache. I have to remind him to wipe his mouth because he never wipes his mouth ever. That it's just certain things like that where it connects you. Not only do you have the compassion and the love and the empathy and the sympathy, and you want to see resolution, and you want to see a positive resolution. We want Sebastian home. We want him happy and healthy and out there fishing with his daddy where he should be right now. My daughter went fishing a little bit ago. And when she grabbed her pole, I immediately thought about Seth and Sebastian. Absolutely. Absolutely. Monsters are among us, and it's scary. I agree, Tammy. Oh my goodness, I agree. Hi, little Miss Sharon. Welcome in. It is. It really is, Be a Light. It is. It's hard to tell the difference, right? And yes, exactly, Wolfie. He clearly didn't. Now, so, and I think Wolfie may be a little bit behind, maybe, but she's talking about the footage, the security footage from the camera behind the house and in front of the house. Now, how did it catch, the flashlights that are allegedly the trash truck? We're not going to go there tonight, but it caught that. It caught the actual trash truck that came through later. It caught the trash bin being taken out to the curb, but it didn't catch. It even caught a cat. The security camera even caught a freaking cat, according to Chris Proudfoot. But it couldn't catch a whole kid, like a whole 15-year-old grown kid. Get the f out of here with that bullshit. And according to SF, he has hours of security footage, which, over 100 hours, that's only a couple days of one camera. So, but where's all that footage? I mean, we saw the dog being walked. I don't think that was anything, in my opinion, because I think that out of all those cameras in that neighborhood, there would have been more. There would have been more images from the house to that area. Just in that neighborhood alone, I believe, didn't they say, correct me if I'm wrong, but did they say that there were like 11 cameras just on those two roads? Hi, Aussie. Welcome in. How are you doing? Aussie's a new Nana too. How is your grandbaby doing? Oh my goodness, he's so cute. Yes, and SF is all up in the Emmanuel Harlow case too. Yep, I heard about that. And that's I noticed too on Hatfield and McCoy, it says down at the bottom of their screen something about SF investigates. Let me see. It says Hatfield McCoy Museum Adventures /FS investigates. And I don't fully understand that. I'm new to their channel, so I don't know why they have that on there. But okay. Let me see. Oh, and girl, spill it. Let it out. Tonight is the night to just let it out. Share your feelings. Okay. And thank you, Keister. Thank you. That's true. Seth has not been in trouble so much, but he has been having trouble because his physical stuff that's going on. And that's why I'm saying, like, he doesn't need the bullshit that has been thrown at him. Aw. Carol, that's crazy how fast they grow up, right? See, I almost called you by your real name. See, be a light. It resonates with us, right? Like, that's what I feel like draws us in. And, with Sebastian's case, like I said, it was my son and Sebastian. But then I also had so much compassion when Seth started talking. And there's certain, like, we all do this, right? We all do this. We listen to the parents and we immediately have assumptions. We immediately start speculating, right? Like, I can't be the only one that does it. Your radar goes off and it's like red flags swinging everywhere, right? Okay, so when I listened to Seth, that wasn't there. My heart broke. I cried. I cannot tell you how many times I have cried watching that man cry on his own channel or on interviews on other channels. And he's been everywhere, right? He has taken so many links, so many invitations. But then you have Chris and Katie, where it's like Chris never shuts the fuck up when he does get on a panel. But Katie, when's the last time we heard from Katie? Katie, where are you? Oh, I heard, wait. I know. I heard it was her birthday. Now it's after midnight. So her birthday was yesterday. And I heard that Chris took her on some type of birthday vacation or something. And I'm happy for her. I hope that she goes out there and has a wonderful birthday and gets highly refreshed and comes back and starts doing interviews after interviews after interviews. I hope she starts blowing up the news agencies. I hope she starts blowing up the YouTube channels. I hope she takes every single microphone that is offered in front of her face. That is her child. How can you not be a voice for your own child? I will never understand that. I will never understand that. Hi, Megan Els. I said hi to you earlier when I saw that you were typing in the chat before the stream started. But welcome back. I know, Tammy. I agree. Miracles do happen, though, right? Right? I mean, obviously, look, Seth is here. Why? Because his son's name is in my title. So he's here. And I almost guarantee if I were the type of channel who did interviews with parents and I said, hey, Seth, would you like to do an interview sometime so we can talk about Sebastian? I guarantee he would say yes. I don't do that on my channel just because I don't get involved in cases like that. But I do appreciate, Seth is the second parent that has been in my chat when I was live talking about their missing son. So I appreciate that. And it's so crazy that it just so happens to be the two parents who have been in my chats was Brandy Vaughn and now Seth Rogers. That feels like that solidifies for me that my view, my opinion is correct. Just in my opinion. And I could be wrong, but I don't think that I am. Oh, Aussie. Oh, I'm so sorry. Is she okay now? Is your daughter okay now? Thanks, me too. Me too. And I've tried to have compassion for her. I really have. Like looking at Katie, I've really tried to have compassion for her, but it's so hard. Like, when is the last time we heard Katie's voice? Can anybody tell me the exact date of the last time Katie did any type of interview anywhere? Wasn't it back in February? Wasn't that the last interview that she had done? Oh, Megan Els, don't sit too fast. If you're doing dishes and laundry, I have a whole bunch that I can keep you busy with. Come on over, baby. The anniversary. Thank you. That's what I thought. So that was in February. Okay, that was in February. Before that, it had been 9 months since we had heard from Katie. 9 months. And you go, Tinks. You are allowed to feel that way, girl. I'm trying to just read some comments here. That's right. Oh, Niecy Marie, that's right. Just remember, whoever was around Chris and Katie, allegedly, they'll fall too. Whoever was helping the 3 a.m., yes, mugshots will be shown, allegedly, right? And let me go over here because I want to share this while we're talking here. Let me pop this up. Sorry. I obviously can't do two things at once, so here we are. I want this on the screen though. So let me get back over here and pop it up here. And there we go. I can't make it much bigger. Okay. All right. So tonight, right? Tonight, we're gonna cut straight to it, right? Sebastian Rogers was 15 when he was reported missing on February 26th, 2024. He is on the spectrum and he is missing. Missing. He is still missing. Let me make this bigger here so that we can see his face a little bit better. There we go. Okay. And instead of doing every interview, every live stream, every chance to get his face out there, his mom, Katie, and his stepfather, Chris, refused to talk. Why? Now, during this interview, this phone call, whatever you want to call it, in that whole call, Chris didn't talk about Sebastian at all. Not his quirks, not his fears, not what people should look for, the way he walks, any signs on like that would show you that it's Sebastian, nothing. The whole thing was him defending himself. It was all about their innocence and not Sebastian Rogers. What parent does that when their child is missing? And here's what blows my mind too. They say in this, in the news, actually the last time that we did hear Katie speak, the last thing that she had talked about on that interview was that she wanted to keep him in the news. She didn't want his face to get buried by other stories. Okay, that's me summing up what she had said. But Fred and Sheila literally begged them for an interview. They shared all the text messages that Fred sent. Fred Hatfield McCoy. Not Fred said in Summer's case. We're going to go there soon too. But okay. This is Fred and Sheila. Okay. Fred literally begged them for an interview. And Chris said, I'll check with Katie. And then nothing. So Fred assumed that Katie has declined because there's been nothing but silence. Silence. They were willing to drive to wherever Chris and Katie wanted to do the interview because they wanted to do it in person, not over the phone. They wanted to see them. Now, Fred is a retired law enforcement officer. He wanted to watch his body language. Sheila is a retired teacher, but is a substitute teacher. They wanted to watch Chris and Katie's body language as they answer the questions. But right now, Katie stays silent. Tinks, I love your words tonight, girl. I'm telling you what. Ooh. No, you don't have to apologize for your language. Let it out. You're not going to get punished for saying some F-bombs, okay? I promise you. Okay, so during this interview, this phone call also, let me get it back lined up here because it's not wanting to. So during this interview, Fred, this is Fred. Fred talks about that the parents are always looked at first. And you know, retired police officer says parents are always looked at first. That's just how police work goes. And we're gonna watch the whole phone call, like I said, but I have a short video that I've made at the part that stood out to me the most. Okay, the part that when Fred said these words, it hit me, you know, like it was one of those like red flags that just slaps you right in the face and then comes back and slaps you on the other side. That's what it was. And I was like, holy shit, I got to clip that and I'm going to make a video. And that's what made me go live tonight about this, was this one part of this whole entire live stream, phone call, and video, whatever, the entire thing. Because I wonder if Katie's silence is because she doesn't want to see Sebastian's face plastered everywhere. Because if she did something to him, wouldn't that just eat at her soul? Look at his face. All these pictures. Here's the milk mustache picture that I don't believe is a milk mustache. Tammy and I reviewed this picture before, because there's some marks on his face that... Oh, Janine, I love you for saying that, but I don't want to discuss other creators in my chat unless it's a positive way, okay? Just try to keep it positive, okay? I don't want a war with other creators, so I don't want to talk in any negative way about anybody, okay? Hi, it is what it is. And, you know, that makes all of us wonder, right? Like the 3 a.m. video is out there and law enforcement told the parents that it was the trash truck, right? Why? Why would they say that? It's obviously not a fucking trash truck. Oh, all right, we're going to keep on rolling because Mandy is getting a little heated. All right, there's that. Exactly, Aussie. Exactly. You only stop looking for somebody when you already have your answers, when you already know where it is. You're not going to look for your keys if you know exactly where they are, right? You're not going to ask for help. Hey, can you help me find my keys? Because you know where they are. And we can't forget the facts, right? So let's go to the next one here. 70% of abductions are somebody the child knew. I know, Janine. I love you. I love you. 70%. Did you guys know that? 70%. And then it says that 99% of, what did it say, national abductions are, or no, oh my goodness, how did it word it? I'm going to have to go back and look. It said 99% are family members. So out of that 70%, I believe that it was somebody that the child knew. 99% of that were family members. So that would be mom's boyfriend. I mean, how many times have we heard that? You know, mom or mom's boyfriend. I can name a bunch right now. Amari Nicholson. I'm not gonna say this one, but you know, like it's a family member, Stephen Stearns, like somebody that mom brought into the home. Yeah. So when the parents stay silent, it isn't just strange, it's dangerous. It's suspicious. It makes you look at them sideways, right? It does me. That's right. Separated or divorced parents. I swear, it seems like it's always the stepdad or mom's boyfriend. And Tammy, so the call that we're going to listen to tonight, there's a channel called Hatfield and McCoy, and they are an older couple who gets out there. Like I think they said that they found a body while they were searching. Like they located a missing victim. And they just get out there and do it. They were out there in, what was the boy's name? Jalen. They were out there in his case, and they found the bag of clothes that allegedly law enforcement left. And the next day, I think it was, they found Jalen. Not Hatfield and McCoy, but the law enforcement. But it was the day after Fred and Sheila had found the bag of clothes. So here's the bottom line, right? Let's talk about the bottom line, right? If your child is missing, you don't hide. You don't hide. You don't just lawyer up and go quiet. You scream their name from every rooftop until your voice goes out. Jaden, thank you. Thank you, Ty Bay Lux. Thank you so much. I remember Jaden's case from watching Justin. I couldn't do too much of that case. It's really hard for me to do children who are on the spectrum or disabled or handicapped in any way, shape, or form. It's really hard for me to cover those cases. Not that they don't deserve it, but my heart can't handle it. And so I couldn't touch Jaden's case. I just couldn't. I hope that his mom and his mom's boyfriend rot under the fucking prison, though. Okay. Oh, he wasn't a victim? Joseph Couch is who they found. He was just a missing person. Thank you. Tai Bay Lux. I want to call you Tay for some reason. I don't know why, but when I see your name, I just want to call you Tay. I'm sorry. He was the interstate shooter. Oh. Oh, okay. So that's why the name sounded familiar to me. Thank you. See, I want to go back and watch the video because, and Fred was talking about it in this video, that he played Chris's phone call. So I want to go back and watch it. But so he was a monster. They just found the monster. That's crazy though. Can you imagine being them? Like walking around searching, looking for any evidence whatsoever, and you stumble upon a monster, a deceased monster? Whew. Okay, so you scream their name from every rooftop. And I think that why that is so important is because remember when Chris was on a panel and he said they wanted to do interviews, but they only wanted to go on nationwide platforms. Does anybody remember that? So they wanted the highest rooftops, right? The big, like hard to reach rooftops. Instead of hopping on every fucking rooftop between here and the highest platforms, rooftops, they just want to go straight from the ground to the biggest rooftop. I'm sorry, what? Where Seth is out here hopping on every rooftop. It doesn't matter how big or tall or little or small, he's hopping on them. Try anybody with a microphone. He even created his own platform so that he could talk about his child. He isn't over hopping on different channels that, won't ask hard questions or, that don't accept every word that he spews. I've heard him on panels where they push back on him. That's right. Oh, Floats, you're right. He went on an atheist channel too. I saw that. That was rough. But he still went up there. He still got Sebastian's name heard by a whole group of people that most likely would have never heard of Sebastian if not for Seth getting on that rooftop. Sebastian deserves better than what he's gotten. He deserves so much better than what he's gotten. Chris and Katie won't do it. We will. And we're not going to let him be forgotten. And I can guarantee every single person that's in my chat right now agrees. We're not going to let him be forgotten, right? So, I want to pull up the video. Let me see here. All right, we got it here. So we're going to share this tab instead now. And let's go all the way down here. Right, exactly. Exactly. From the mountains, the rooftops, the skyscrapers, and the little sheds in the backyards, right? Every rooftop. Do you know one of the easiest things that I have done that I feel like is very helpful? And the only reason why I'm sharing it, it's not to brag that I do it. It's because I want you to do it too. Okay. I took a folder. School supplies were just on sale. We all got extra folders, right? I took a folder and I saved the missing person flyer for Sebastian, for Summer Wells, for Michael Vaughn, and for Rose Bly. And I printed out 10 of each one. And I put them in that folder. And I took that folder and a roll of tape and put it under my front seat in my truck. So when we travel, I live in Indiana. We go lots of different places. We go to Indy. We go to Fort Wayne. We go to Lafayette. Lots of different places. When we travel, you got to stop and use the bathroom. I know I do. I have the bladder the size of a pea for some reason. It's shrunk as I gotten older. Okay. So I stop a lot. And when I stop, I take that folder in with me and the roll of tape in with me. And I ask them if I can hang up a flyer. If they let me, I'll hang up all 4. If they don't, then I try to rotate them. It's so easy to do. Hi, Witchy Mama. How you doing? It's so easy to do, and it could be so helpful. So helpful. Especially if it's a gas station that's right off the highway, or a truck stop, or something that truckers are going to see that travel from state to state. And if you know a trucker, you could give them a stack too. It's not like you can print it out as a draft on your printer so it doesn't use that much ink. And that could be so helpful. So I challenge you guys to do that too. Oh, thank you, Wolfie. But that's not, like I said, I wasn't sharing it because, I need a pat on the back or something. Like, I've been doing it. I've been doing it for a while. I actually shared a picture of when we were having new carpet installed in my mom's house that she was selling. And I gave the carpet installators the flyers. I gave them one of each. They travel all over Indiana installing carpet. Why not? I think that was probably the last time that or the only time I think that I've shared image-wise of me doing it. But I know I've shared it in chats too. Like, I challenge people to do that, like, match it. If you have a printer, you have paper, you have ink, got a folder, got a roll of tape, you can do it too. You can do it. Okay, so let's watch this video right quick here. Now, it's 6 minutes long. I am going to pause for sure. Here we go.
Well, guys, listen, I'm a little bit frustrated, Punk. Now, listen, when you say something, watch what you say, because people may call you out on it. When you get on TV and you say, we want all the attention we can get, then you file suits, or you're offered to be on, I don't care if it's a YouTube channel. I don't care if it's Mickey Mouse TV. Everything that you can get for that child and any kind of attention at that time is worth something. Yeah. Maybe that one person that took him, or that he's with, or picked him up on the side of the road, or that did something with him. Maybe somebody's conscience will start working on them the more they actually see him in the news, if somebody did have anything to do with it. Maybe somebody's conscience will start working on them the more they actually see him in the news, if somebody did have anything to do with it.
So that right there, that quote that I just played twice there, that's what hit me. Did it hit you the same way it hit me? I have Insta ink on my printer too, Carol. I have Insta paper too. They ship me my printer ink and my paper, and I pay like $5 a month. I love it. And Wolfie, that's awesome too. And sharing, that's one of the things that we're going to discuss in this phone call too, because Fred talks about that, like, flyers are like, 1987 or something, like, it's not, paper flyers are not as common because we have the internet. Look at all these social media platforms that we have. Like, that's going to reach way more people than a flyer. But there are people who are not on social media. That's where the flyers come in helpful. So you can do both, like, do both. Local news, national news, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X, whatever. Like, there's all these other platforms that if you go do interviews on all of these platforms, your reach is going to be way bigger than if you go on one news station. Oh, the paper is great. They send you a whole ream of paper. And then they keep track of your paper the same way they do your ink. It's amazing. Let your conscience be your guide. I like that, Wolfie. I like that. And that's what he's talking about here, right? Like, maybe seeing them or seeing his face, them seeing his face, whoever them is, it'll eat at their soul, right? So maybe the silence could be for a reason. Maybe. Allegedly. Possibly. Just looking at possibilities here, okay? Just looking at possibilities. We're speculating, having an open discussion, because that's what we do in the true crime genre. Okay. Hi, Chris. How are you doing? I know I haven't been live in so long. I had to use the bathroom like 5 times before I went live. When my nerves get the best of me, it's like my bladder shrinks even more. It's crazy. Hi, any old time. Hola. I've never faulted for not physically searching, but not spreading awareness is disturbing. I agree, Janine. I agree. Yep. Even if people didn't know my face, I'll make sure they know my voice. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, let's go back here, and we're going to play that one more time and keep rolling.
Start working on them. The more they actually see him in the news, if somebody did have anything to do with it, maybe the more they see him on YouTube and on the news, it starts working on people's conscience.
Yeah. It's very possible.
I don't mean to be mean calling people out, but
yeah,
we asked. He said Sheila said he said
he would
open to it.
Yeah, I'm open to it. He said, but he was going to have, he's going to ask her to say what he wanted.
Never got back with us. We're going to post the text messages. Post that one right here again. Post where I text them again. But see, I didn't keep texting.
Right.
I didn't keep texting because I didn't want to be sued.
Right.
Didn't want to be sued. Guys, I'll tell you something about Sheila and I. We ain't got a pot to pee in or a window to throw it out. So, and we've got, if I did one thing in my career, it was make friends with a bunch of attorneys after I've been a police officer for 40 years. So I do have a few friends that I think would represent us. But by the time you sued us and got financial statements, you'd probably feel sorry and give to us.
Probably.
He's so funny. I love his sense of humor. Once they see our financials. So funny. So funny. And I'm going to grab their link and put it in the chat also. So while we're listening to a little bit more here, this is in the next section. Right? His energy is amazing. Any old time, say it louder. Oh my goodness. It is way, way past time for Sebastian to be found. He should have been home a long ass time ago. This is ridiculous. Okay, while I'm letting this play, I'm going to go grab their link and put it in the chat so you guys can make sure you go over and subscribe. And I'm a new subscriber and I'm already loving their channel. So
imagine some of these people.
JLR investigates hillbilly crime, Law and Crime Network, and Hidden True Crime.
And there's
just a few.
Yeah, there's several more. But imagine, and I don't know if Duty Ron's another one, but these people has thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine all of them sharing our videos or us sharing theirs when they do it.
With their viewers, yeah.
Why would you rather hang posters or talk to the news about hanging posters when there's platforms with hundreds of thousands of viewers who are longing to interview you? We were longing. We wanted to talk.
To help solve the mystery of Sebastian. It wasn't just for the content or the clicks, whatever. We were trying to honestly help.
Not everybody's out there for the clicks. Now, once again, some guy said the other day about, they're just wanting clicks. True. I would hate to think that we make videos and nobody would watch them. We hope people watch them. But
we were trying to help.
We wanted to help. We wanted to keep the word out there, keep it going. Yeah. We wanted to talk, and it's going to come up here in a minute, so I won't get ahead of myself. But let us clarify. When we talked to Chris on the phone, we were extremely nice, as was he.
Yes.
Said he had no problem talking with us, but he would run it by Katie. Katie must have refused. And why would be the question.
Right.
Because he never called us back. He never texted us back when I text.
Yeah.
He never, no more contact. Of course, he's filing suits against people, so I didn't want to harass him.
Exactly.
No need to get on. I don't care to get sued, guys. If you get sued, think about getting sued in life. You file a countersuit. The first thing you do, if you're ever sued by anybody, file a countersuit, so that way you can depose that person in depositions. First thing you want to do is have depositions.
Okay.
You want to depose that person and ask some questions. Wouldn't it be great to have Katie and Chris under oath asking questions that pertain to Sebastian. That's what we wanted to do in our interview. We were nice, but we were wanting Chris to invite us down and say, yeah, guys, come on down. Katie said, sure, come down. Because, see, we feel we could be wrong, and this is our opinion. This is assumption. But we feel if a person really, really, really was missing a child and wanted attention for that child and wanted to find that child and had nothing to hide, they would say, yeah, guys, come on down. We appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. I'll answer any question you got, because Sheila and I had some questions. We've got some questions.
Yeah.
What do we want to do more than anything, babe?
We want to find Sebastian. We want to bring him home, and we want to look at their faces, their actions, their how they remark to everything that we said.
We want to look at them. Are they possible suspects? Of course they are. They know they are. Yeah. We talk about it on the phone.
Yeah.
Parents are always the number one suspect.
Once you're accused, parents already know, Chris.
Now, this is a clip from the phone call, which we're going to listen to. Like I said, this is just like a summary of the part that made me want to go live. So this is a part of the phone call where the part he said, like, it just gets me. It completely gets me.
That we're looked at. If something happens to our children today, they would be looking at me and Sheila. That's just the way we do in police work. And a lot of times that is the case, no doubt. We've got some good questions, and I think you and Katie could put a lot of stuff to rest.
Well, I mean, me and Katie have taken polygraph tests with law enforcement. And we both passed.
Okay. So his first immediate response to that is, we both have already taken polygraph tests with law enforcement. Remember when I said the entire phone call, he didn't talk about Sebastian at all? This is one example of the entire phone call. Now, I know that they clipped parts out because Fred said he's a babbler just like Mandy is, okay? And so they clipped out some babbles where he was babbling. But otherwise, what we heard, he only talked about their innocence, what they have done to help law enforcement, how open they have been, nothing about Sebastian. And any old time, Seth said that this call was October 13th. So I'm assuming that they said that in the full video that we're going to watch, but I must have missed that part. So, but October 13th. Okay. Right, Wolfie. Have they really, though? Have they really? Because we don't know if they have. We know Seth has, because Seth did it on NancyGrace, and we heard his results. We haven't heard anything about Chris and Katie even taking a polygraph test from law enforcement. And even if they did, polygraphs are not submissible in court for good reason, because psychopaths can pass the test. Like I think, didn't they say Ted Bundy passed his test? Oh, Janine, thank you. Janine said it also. Janine said that Fred responded in a comment as to the date of the call. Thank you, Janine. So I didn't miss it. Well, I do too. I like Nancy. I like her. She gets it going. Okay, let's keep going here. Oh, wait, I'm going to go back just so we can hear Chris's full answer about how helpful they are.
Put a lot of stuff to rest.
Well, I mean, me and Katie have taken polygraph tests with law enforcement. And we both passed our polygraph test. Seth has, I don't know, only from what I've been told, Seth took a polygraph test through NancyGrace's TV show. Okay. I was advised by TBI not to do that. So that's part of the big thing is they're all upset because, I told NancyGrace that I would do it. And then when I went and talked to TBI, they said, no, don't recommend you do it. Okay, then that means I'm not doing it. Yeah. So I'll take it to TBI. So that's what they did.
And you did take one and passed it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, hold on just a minute, because I want to, the reason why I put that email on there is because, let me go back so we can read it here. Go back. Oh, it looks so distorted. I didn't realize it looked so distorted. I apologize. I tried to blow it up and clear it out, but that didn't work too well, I guess. Okay, so this was an email that somebody had sent. Justin shared this email. Somebody had sent to Brandon Carter, the detective who has been working on Sebastian's case. So it says, "Good morning, Mr. Carter. I have a question regarding some statements that have been made by Christopher Proudfoot and Seth Rogers. Christopher Proudfoot has stated numerous times that, quote, law enforcement has instructed him not to release the exact dates that he, Chris, was last seen at the Proudfoot home prior to Sebastian going missing. Can you confirm if this is true or not? Is it true that law enforcement is telling Christopher that he is not allowed to give those dates? It doesn't make sense that law enforcement would say that, in my opinion, yet Seth can give very specific information without stating that law enforcement told him he is unable to discuss his whereabouts. So are you guys telling Chris that he cannot talk about all of these things, or is he just blaming law enforcement? It's a fair question, and I appreciate it if you to answer to clarify. Thank you." Okay, so then the response, now I'll have to rewind so we can go back so that you can hear everything during this part because I just muted it out here. But so this is the response from Brandon Carter. This was back in January, on January 10th, 2025. And right here, Detective Brandon Carter said, "We can't tell anybody not to say anything. The only thing I can say is this is an ongoing criminal investigation. It's the only case I work to present day." So what did we just hear Chris say? Well, I told Nancy I was going to give her the poly, but then I changed my mind because law enforcement told me they didn't recommend it. They told me not to take it. So I told Nancy to go flip snot. Right, Chris? The lie detector says that you lied. In my opinion, okay? Right. It's totally ridiculous. A former head FBI polygrapher attested on television that Seth passed, and Chris knows that. So what is all this bullshit babble that he's trying to spew out here? Well, from what I heard, bullshit. You know you watched that. Quit playing. We know you watched it. You had to have watched it. Come on now. He was watching. I will never forget this, you guys. Seriously, how many of you saw on Crime Stories Obsessed channel Emma, I love Emma, when I was up on her panel and we were talking about Sebastian's case, and she decided to try to do call-ins for the very first time on her channel ever in life. She decided to do call-ins. And the second call, I think, was it the second call? Anyway, the second or third call, it was very quickly. Mr. Christopher Proudfoot called in, and at first, he tried to act like he wasn't himself. But we all knew his voice as soon as he said it. As soon as he said anything, he didn't say his name yet. As soon as he opened his mouth, we knew it was him. You can hear me in the background say, "That sounds like Chris." Sure shitting it was. And then he sat there and told Emma how wrong she was for everything that she was doing, anything that she had done or said throughout the live stream. He started out with one thing and she would justify it with factual information. And then he would switch to another thing. Well, okay, well, that was great, but you did this wrong. Okay, well, cool, but you did this wrong. And it was like boom, 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 boom. So he was watching that. Good night, Tammy. Sweet dreams. You guys make sure you go subscribe to Tammy's channels. I have one of them. I have our true crime channel right there. Make sure you go sub up. Sub up. She tries to go live once a week. She is way better at going live than Mandy is, okay? And love you too, Tammy. Sweet dreams. Love you bunches. Her has to get up early in the morning. And she just did like a 3-hour live stream on her tarot channel too. So I bet her's exhausted. My Mr. Grinch just fell off of my chair. Okay. Oh. Come on now, guys. I got Jack Skellington. Look, let me see if you can see it here. If I put myself up here and turn my camera. No. See? These are my boys that hang out behind me. Oh no. StreamYard changed so much. Seriously. I just quit sharing. Let me get back up here. There we go. All right. I hit the wrong thing because StreamYard is sharing. They took the words off the share part. I'm like, come on. The microphone, the camera, the share the screen, the invite the guest. Now they're all just icons. And Jack Skelly is the tall one. Oh, I love him so much. I love Jack and Sally. Oh. Okay, let me see. All right. So let's listen to that again. Okay, so I went back a little bit. Hopefully this is far enough. We'll unmute it and let's roll it.
Seth took a polygraph test through NancyGrace's TV show.
Okay.
I was advised by TBI not to do that. So that's part of the big thing is they're all upset because, I told NancyGrace that I would do it. And then when I went and talked to TBI, they said, no, don't recommend you do it. Okay, then that means I'm not doing it. Yeah. So I'll take it to TBI. So that's what they did.
And you did take one and passed it?
Oh, yes, sir.
See, that's what. See, that's things that people. The last I heard that you offered, and that's why you've been an injustice because that you offered on NancyGrace. Yeah, time and place, and then when they offered it, that you backed out on it, and you'd never taken one.
See, we want to look at them. Are they possible suspects? Of course they are. They know they are. Yeah. We talk about it on the phone.
Yeah.
Parents are always the number one suspect. Why is that? Because the parents
are usually the last ones to see them.
Are usually not only the last one to see them, but they're the perpetrator. Maybe somebody's conscience will start working on them the more they actually see him in the news, if somebody did have anything to do with it.
Ooh, woo. Those words are so powerful. Oh my goodness gracious. They're just so powerful. Okay, so that was just a taste of the phone call. So you guys ready for the phone call now? And dress him up. Wolfie, if I had more time, I'd have to make him, because I think he's 14 inches tall. At least, maybe 15, 16. But he would be so cute in some jeans and a cool shirt. Niecy, it is... I usually do everything from my phone. All of my videos, like every video that's on my channel, except for one, maybe two, I have made from my phone. Oh, the Grinch just fell again. All right, the Grinch is just going to have to stay down because I'm not messing with you tonight, Mr. Grinch. I already got one Mr. Grinch that is in my focus right now. I'm going to stick with that one, okay? Okay. And let me see. Any old time, I have not heard of them on any. I haven't heard their voice. Okay. I have not heard Chris or Katie's voice since February until this phone call right here that we're about to share. And this is an old phone call. It's from October 13th, but Fred and Sheila Hatfield McCoy channel, I'll drop it in the chat again. They just put it out. They just shared it because they gave them this much time since October. Okay, since October, they have had their phone number. Chris said he was going to get in contact with Katie about doing a face-to-face interview so that they could put it on their channel, get Sebastian's information out there, and silence crickets. So they took that as Katie said no. We're going to listen to them explain their view of it. Let me close this out, and we're going to share this screen. I am so happy you guys are here tonight. Oh my goodness. I'm just telling you what. Did everybody smooch the thumbs up? Please and thank you so much. Hi, Bo. How you doing? You know what, though? Okay, I hope I'm going to take that out of the chat just because I don't want her name in the chat. But that's not an excuse, though. You know, like, even if Chris does have, like, summertime with his child, that's not an excuse. It's not an excuse. Same, Wolfie. Same. And we've seen good parents out there run themselves sick, literally sick, to share their missing child's information, their face, their name, the things that they love about them, the things that they miss about them. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Okay. Let me pop this up here. So now this is the full phone call, the full video. And Janine, I believe that. That's what I'm saying. I believe that Chris he's up in the tower crane for hours upon hours, right? So I believe that's when he watches. I wouldn't be surprised if he's listening right now. I agree, Tracy. I absolutely agree. It's very frustrating. It's good. It's good that the other cases are getting answers and justice, but at the same time, it's bullshit that here we are with Sebastian's case, still nothing. I mean, nothing. Then we got Summer's case. We got Monkey's case. Nothing. Why? You know, Dawn and Candace have been pretty much silent, except for when Candace goes live to show her pregnant dog who's dehydrated and hungry and wanting love and attention, and Candace is giving her shit because she can't reach her. So you got to move your pregnant ass over here to me because I'm too lazy to stand up to come over there and take care of you and get you some water and some food and stuff. And I know it's 100 degrees outside, but why are you panting like that? Oh my goodness. Can you imagine? You're about to pop out a whole litter of puppies and you're panting when it's 150 degrees outside. And I'm sure you haven't had a drink of water in a while, because you got to walk down to the creek to get it. Is there any water in the creek right now? No, probably not. It's probably dried up too. So, that's when we hear from Candace. And then we might hear from Dawn when he walks outside, or when another channel might call him on the phone, just for whatever. I'm not even going to go there because I'm not going to talk about other creators unless it's positive. So we're going to keep on rolling. But Summer's case is still cold. And I do believe it's cold. I believe it's been cold. I don't believe there was, Wolfie. I think that has been talked about, and I don't believe that Sebastian had any type of life insurance policy. In Sumner County, right, I agree. But, I mean, it's Tennessee. Summer and Sebastian are both in Tennessee. Monkey's case, we know what the holdup is on that, because the 4 suspects, I believe there's only 2 of them that know where Monkey is, and one of them is in jail, not talking to anybody, and the other one's a big old crybaby bitch boy that doesn't have balls. I'm not sorry. He doesn't have balls to stand up and give Monkey's family answers, which tells me, in my opinion, that he was the one who suggested it, did it, and wrapped it up. And I believe Sarah helped him, and Stacy just knew about it, and then Adrian found out about it. So I believe that's how there's 4 suspects, in my opinion, allegedly. Okay. Ooh. Woosah, woosah, woosah. Right, Carol, it's not. It's not fair to these babies. Not at all. Seth had a Gerber grow up plan since he was very young. The other parent won't answer either way. Okay. Good night, Chris. Sweet dreams. I'm glad you came in, and I'm glad that you're feeling better. I like to hear that. I hope you have the sweetest dreams. So the Gerber grow up life insurance policy, my grandpa had one of those on me too. And my grandpa passed away when I was 17, and my dad took over the policy. When I was 22, no, it was after I had my daughter. So I was 23. My dad had said, I'm still paying on this policy. And, which I was 23 years old. My grandpa got it when I was born. So my grandpa had been paying on it for 17 years. And then my dad took over for a total of 23 years. Right. So my dad said, since you're, just had this new baby, you're going to be off work, because I took 3 months off with my daughter and my son. So you're going to have 3 months off of work. Do you want to try to cash it in? It probably won't be worth much, but it'll be a little something that'll help, with your rent and stuff for these 3 months. And so I said, sure, because I was only getting 60% of my income because I was off on short-term disability and FMLA. So we cashed it out. 23 years of paying every month. My check was under $2,000. I want to say it was $1,800 and something, but I know for a fact it was under $2,000. Tracy, right, exactly. Trezell and Jackie, they were arrested. They're serving 15 to life right now, and they still haven't found Orrin and Orson West. And that was in Bakersfield, California. Isn't that where Emmanuel is, in that area also? Bakersfield, California. Crazy, right? And you're still paying on them? Well, maybe the payout would be better if there was, I don't even want to say it. For me to cash it out, it was under $2,000. I'll just put it that way. Right, Janine. Right. And that makes sense, right? Like, I don't know what the payout would be if that were to happen, I guess it depends on, I don't know if there's different levels on the grow up plan, but I know cashing out, it sucked. Okay, I don't know how to say that. Cabazon. I'm so bad at pronouncing words, especially names. I thought that isn't it close to Bakersfield though? It's not near Bakersfield. I swear I thought I heard one of the news clips that Justin was playing said something about Bakersfield, because it, obviously got my ears perked. No? Okay. I was mistaken. I was wrong. I can admit when I am wrong. I am not too proud. Okay. Write it down because it doesn't happen very often. No, I'm just kidding. All right, let's play this. Let's play this. You guys ready? Like Amazon. Cabazon. Can't. Okay, I'm not even going to try. I'm so bad. I'm sorry. I'm so bad. All right, here we go. Let's see. Here we go.
With Hatfield McCoy Museum Adventures and FS Investigates.
Hey guys, we're kind of getting used to this now. You'd think so after what, 500, 600, 700 videos.
Yeah.
Guys, it's going to be an interesting video, we think. This is a telephone conversation that we had with Chris
Proudfoot.
Proudfoot. Been about a year ago.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't advertise it. We taped it.
Right.
When we did it, but we didn't advertise it or anything like that. We hadn't even thought about it anymore until the Jaden case and people started up again about Sebastian.
Yeah.
Wanting us to join the search. A lot of people didn't know that we had joined the search way back. We've been there and done that.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be another one of them cases that we think the police is going to have to solve. We think somebody's going to have to help solve it. We think the perpetrator or perpetrators are going to have to help solve this case. Now, we had contacted, we're going to play you a tape recording.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long tape recording of a telephone conversation Sheila and I had
with Chris Proudfoot.
Yeah. Go ahead, bud.
We had contacted him. Somebody had shared our video with him, I think, but we had contacted him to see if they would do an interview with us, and we didn't get a response the first time. I think it went to voicemail or something, and then a little bit after that, he called, and so it was a very long conversation, and we'll play that whenever you would like to get started. But it was interesting.
That will come up. We're going to play you the entire, and I'm not going to interrupt like I do sometimes, especially on Fred McCoy 40, my channel. I won't interrupt. I'll let it play in its entirety. And if
I'm going to interrupt though, because that's what I do. And hi, Tina girl. It's very interesting. There's new information in here that we have not heard up to this point. And, it's very telling. The most telling for me was not one single time did he talk about Sebastian. Not one fucking time. Okay, Wolfie. So it's really far. Now I feel really silly because it's really far away. It must have been another city that sounded like Bakersfield or something, or maybe it was just a different news interview that didn't have anything to do with that case. But they look the same, right? I saw Hope said, I know it's hot and dry. Bakersfield is hot and dry too. So there's the similarity, right? Okay. I got it wrong. I don't know about California a whole lot. I live in Indiana and I've never been to California. I need to travel more. The desert look is too gloomy to me. Nisi, I live in Indiana. There's a lot of cornfields, but there's a lot of hills and a lot of trees, and I like it too. I like it. I don't know that I could do the desert. I'd rather do tropical than the desert, but right, Janine, right. Anytime he talks about Sebastian in any of the interviews, it always has a negative twist to it. And Katie too, in my opinion, the interviews that I have heard, I will say that one interview that where Chris and Katie were both up on Queen Bee's panel, and they were talking like they were just having a conversation. It wasn't an interview so much as a conversation. We reviewed part of that on one of my live streams. It was like everything they said ended with something negative. Like even the funny things ended with something negative. Like there wasn't just positive, like make you smile and keep going. Like it would make you smile, but then you'd be like, what? Huh? Really? Like, you should have stopped like 2 sentences ago. Like, I don't know. It just stood out to me. I mean, and there's been some things that Seth has said too that I've been like, whoa, buddy. Like, you're not just talking to the guys right now. You're talking to thousands of people, So I think it's just maybe that they're new to being on a huge platform where thousands of people are going to hear them. So I kind of give a little bit of grace with that, but not with Chris. In my opinion, not with Chris, because I feel like with Chris, it's all about control, no matter who he's talking about, even when he talks about Seth. And one other thing too, during this phone call, when he talked about, he said he and Katie both took their polygraphs and they both passed. And Seth, well, I heard Seth took one with NancyGrace, but that's just what I heard. Like, it feels like he's trying to put himself up there with Seth. In my opinion, I feel like he knew at that time that a lot of people had more compassion for Seth. Seth had been out on way more platforms, way more panels than Chris and Katie had been. And people were having the compassion for Seth and, looking at Chris and Katie with a side eye, right? And so I feel like every time he would answer a question, he would bring Seth into it also. Well, we've done this and Seth too, so it makes him in that same category as how we see Seth. You could be right behind Seth or right beside Seth or right in front of Seth on everything that Seth has done. Then maybe I wouldn't look at you with my side eye, but you haven't been. So don't put yourself up there with Seth. Just because you and Seth might have done the same things with law enforcement, that doesn't mean that you're being honest, in my opinion. In my opinion. That's right, Niecy. You're in Indiana too. Woot woot, fella Hoosier. The cornfields are nice, right? There's not more than corn in Indiana. I don't care what they tell you on those commercials. But I like them. I like them. Hi, Kim French. Welcome. Right. Like, I agree, Megan Els. He always tries to talk down to people. Like, he's the smartest and he's going to educate you. Even if he's wrong, he makes it sound like he knows what he's talking about. Even when he's wrong. And he has been wrong many times. Many, many times. Witchy Mama, yes. Yes, exactly. But I don't think that Chris sees it that way. So, Witchy Mama, it's not necessarily because Seth's on platforms. It's because he's actually showing his grief and searching every way humanly possible. Yes, I absolutely agree. But I don't think that Chris sees it that way. I think Chris sees it as Seth has been more vocal than he and Katie have. And he sees that, people are having compassion for Seth and he wants that same status, in my opinion. And acting like they're good friends and, they've worked out things as a trio and, all of that stuff that we heard in the very beginning. And then it broke apart, but it broke apart because look at what they were doing to Seth. Like the way he talks to the way that he talked to Brittany J, I am sorry. I don't care if you like Brittany or not. The way that Chris Proudfoot spoke to Brittany J was fucking ridiculous. And he showed him true self right there, completely point blank, like nothing that Seth has said compares to that. Never. And Seth has let go. Seth has let loose. But he has never gone to that extreme. And in my opinion, that showed all of Chris's true colors. Now, if he will talk about a perfect stranger like that, who is questioning his involvement, his wife's involvement in the missing child's case. And yeah, she talks shit about their looks. Was that justified? Because she talked shit about their looks? I don't think so. In my opinion, I don't think so. But it showed me who he really is. Seth hasn't done that. Seth, like I said, Seth has let loose. He has said some things when he was pissed, but I felt it coming from hurt. I felt it coming from frustration. I felt it coming from his grief and frustration of the grief that he's going through. I didn't feel it coming from he got his feelings hurt. Whereas with Chris, I feel like he got his feelings hurt. And that's why he let it build up and he took it out on Brittany. That was disgusting, in my opinion. Okay, let's keep playing here.
If you want to stick around afterwards, Sheila and I will go over some things that we picked up on it, we think.
Okay.
You know, a lot of people don't know our channel. They don't know what our qualifications, if we have any qualifications. You know, our main qualification anymore is right
Lord.
there.
Good Lord.
The good Lord. That's the only qualification we need.
Right.
But Sheila, we both retired. Me with 40 years as a police officer. Sheila with 29 years, 28 years with the Board of Education. She went back. She retired, but she went back to substitute teaching this last year.
Yep, I said.
And retire and hopefully just travel and do videos. But that's our extent of, and we started down.
And I think that's important. So we know he is retired law enforcement and she is retired, but substituting with teaching right now. So they have a different perspective than a lot of us will have, right? And different perspectives is what makes the world go round, right? So even Chris's diluted perception of the things that he said that he felt about Brittany, he's entitled to that, right? As much as a lot of us feel like it's wrong, and that's his perception, that's his opinion. And we're in the United States of America where we're allowed to share our opinions. So then it comes down to morals, I guess. So let me see. Right. Exactly, Megan Els. Exactly. Tina, and I agree. I think that Seth knows too. He knows he's being lied to. He knows that he's being pushed off. He knows that he's being avoided. He knows that, like, there's a reason why that's happening. Why? What is the reason? Well, Tina, like I said, Brittany's questioned their involvement with Sebastian being missing. Even Fred talked about that during this, which is what we just watched in that shorter video that I played a little bit ago. But it's clips from this and you're going to hear it again. That's how a case is worked. And no, we're not working the case, but we're talking about the case. And so we're going to talk about it similarly to how law enforcement would work it. You start with the inner circle and work your way out. You know, this is not the first case that I have covered personally, and I'm sure that it's not the first case that you guys have watched and helped cover and helped, look at all different perspectives and work from the center out. With Summer's case, with the West Boys case, you start with the parents. They were the last to see the children. That's where you usually start, is the last to see the children or the child or the victim. And then you work your way out. If it's an adult, you look at their spouse or their significant other or even their own children, even their own parents. That's the inner circle. That's where you start. So Brittany questioned Chris and Katie's involvement, and she talked shit about their looks, which I think a lot of people have done that with everybody. Like that's not foreign on YouTube, especially in this community. Okay. Most people have a line that they don't cross because they have decency, respect, and morals. There is a line in the sand. Yeah, he erased that entire line and threw it off way out of sight during that rant, I guess we'll call it. And we'll keep on rolling here.
Yeah, investigate Hatfield McCoy history to show people all the things that was incorrect in it, and somehow we got on other things. So
yeah,
once again, getting a lot of comments. on Sebastian. So we thought we'd go back and visit it.
Yeah, we had a lot of people to ask us if we had ever thought about doing a video on Sebastian, which we had done, but now we're going to play the conversation that we had.
He's of course he's been missing since February the 26th.
Yeah.
This is not going to be your normal video, as we're going to play the tape conversation. Now we know we keep mentioning that, but we're going to play.
Actually, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was last seen on February 25th, 2024 in Hendersonville, Tennessee, Sumner County. He was last seen, allegedly, at his home with his mother after they had ran errands for the day and ended up back at home. Their final stop was dinner at Texas Roadhouse. And that video, surveillance video, has been picked apart just as much as every other video and topic that's been shared in this case. We've talked about it a little bit, but not dissected it. But it's out there if you haven't seen it. So that was his last proof of life sighting. And that was around, what time did they leave Roadhouse? 20 till 7 in the evening. And Jenny and I agree with that. I agree with that. I mean, Brittany would never respond back. Like, she would never match that energy. And I feel like he knew that. So they leave Roadhouse and then they go home, straight home. And allegedly, Sebastian took the trash bin, the big trash can, out to the curb because trash pickup was the next morning. And that was caught on camera. But when Seth saw that on camera, he said he wasn't able to say 100% that it was Sebastian because the quality of the video wasn't good enough for him to feel confident in saying, yes, that was his child. So the last proof of life for a fact is from Texas Roadhouse on February 25th, 2024. And I shared his missing flyer in the chat there. Well, Nightbot shared it for me. So you can see all of the information there, print it out and share it, or save it and share it on your social media. Please and thank you so much. Let's keep rolling. We're getting close to them starting the call here. They share the text messages too before the call.
You want other one before we do that.
Okay.
And then about right here, Sheila is going to post, is it legal? Is it legal to tape somebody on the telephone in Tennessee or Kentucky, or a lot of states have the same laws nowadays pertaining to that? And
I'll post that there so they can read that for themselves.
Read that right now. We've got a disclaimer on this video because this video here, when we talked to Chris Proudfoot, we were looking for an interview. And like Sheila and I said, when we were looking for Jaden and hollering at Jaden's mother and stepfather across the, hey, Josh, hey, we got something we want to run by you.
Right.
We didn't holler out and say, hey, did you guys kill Jaden? We didn't holler out all these accusations.
No.
Or they're not going to talk to us. And that's the same way we did on this phone conversation. We were very nice. He was very nice.
Actually, he was.
But we didn't get on that. We asked them, people saying this, people saying that. How can they say that with no proof? How can they? We're going to give you a platform for you and Katie to talk to us. And we've got some questions for you. We don't care to send you the questions in advance.
Yep.
We were trying to get them in there. I ain't going to say reel them in, but we were trying to convince him that we're fair. We're not going to come on there and call you a
milk cow
or accuse you. Yeah,
Right.
We're not going to come on there and accuse you with no proof. But so we're going to put a disclaimer here.
Right.
Everything we say is allegedly speculation, free entertainment. It's our opinion. It's hypothetical.
Yep. And views that we express on our own.
It's our own. And we're not responsible. We're simply fishing. We're fishing.
And I want to pause there because the same thing that they just said for themselves, that disclaimer, that goes for here too. Okay. It's our opinion. It's our speculation. We're allowed to discuss it. It's the United States of America in this chat. So no matter where you are right now, you're allowed to discuss this case and what you think. And any old time, it's very possible that they didn't go straight home, but that's what we've been told, right? And Nisi, I agree. Tina, if it was a stop somewhere, it would have been pretty quick because they saw what time they left Roadhouse on security footage time, and then the neighbor's camera caught them coming home. Now, according to SF, he saw a whole lot of shit that he never showed. Okay, so whatever. But he said he saw the security footage from the house across the street when they came home, and he said he saw Sebastian in the front seat. So there's that. What's up, Joe? Yo, Joe, what you know? That's so old. I'm sorry. I just said it. I'm sorry. I'm tired. We're going to keep playing so we can get through this call, though, because the call hasn't even started yet, but we're almost there, okay? Right, not we went home. Yes, a lot of the wording, right? A lot of the wording is very important, in my opinion, allegedly.
For information. We don't care where we fish at. We don't care whose pond we fish in.
That's what I was thinking.
Why did you say it?
Because you were talking about fishing, so I was thinking pond. So
we don't care.
They're so cute. Well, why didn't you say it? I love them. I just love them.
Whose pond we fish in. We don't care who we insult. That's not our goal to insult anybody, but if the shoe fits, strap that puppy on and wear it.
Wear it.
One viewer made a lot of sense. On our live that we did the other day, we remember the name because it's a special name. It's a funny name. And she wrote in another message, she said, "Don't go by my name. That's just my
handle.
Yeah, my handle. That I'm not really that way." But she made a good point. And she said, well, Katie said that she wanted to keep it in the news. Well, we're going to try to abide by what Katie and Chris want. If they want to keep it in the news, by George, let's keep it out there.
Okay.
Amen.
And we think this video that we're going to play of the phone conversation and what we want police officers, the FBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, all these people, JLR, crime,
True hidden
crime lady,
law and crime,
Elizabeth from Hillbilly Crimes. Any YouTubers out there. I don't know if Duty Ron covered this case or not. He probably did, but Duty Ron, all these people that's got hundreds of thousands of subscribers, share it. Guys, once again, on mine and Sheila's videos, anybody's welcome to use anything, all or part. We don't care. We just want the things that we cover. We like to get the word out there. You don't have to ask permission. You do what you want. We're going to play this first video, baby.
Okay. All right. Just a second here. I'll put.
Keep searching. People keep looking. Keep searching. Keep looking. We keep putting up new flyers. I know a lot of places, they take them down after so long. We just keep going back and putting more up. I referred to my original request just to anyone that's willing. Don't let him become forgotten. Don't let him become lost in the next story. Not to supersede other children because they all deserve just as much, if not more, attention. Because all children do. But I would say just please don't let him become forgotten.
We will never let Sebastian become forgotten. Okay? Never. And you know what? I just realized as I was reading this, down here at the bottom, it doesn't say SF investigates. It says FS investigates. So when he said it, he must have said FS also, but we are so used to hearing SF that, you know. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning for me. But so it has nothing to do with Steve Fisher Investigates, SF. It has everything to do with FS. For Fred and Sheila. Aw, Hope Floats, thank you for solving that mystery. That makes way more sense. Fred and Sheila, FS. Whew. That's just too close, though, right? Like, it's just too close. Right, any old time. Right. So this part right here, I feel like it's so important. I want to rewind it and go back just to where, they started playing this interview, where she's saying this information, because her words are so important here. This is the last time that we heard Katie speak. And this was the 1-year anniversary back in February of this year. February. Sorry, just reading chat here. Sorry. Fish stick. Fred was have words for a fish stick. Can you say it again, Hope Floats? I can usually read typo text pretty well, but I'm going to blame it on I'm tired right now. And Bubbly Beth, thank you for popping in and saying hey. Hey, girl, hi. How you doing? Hi to all the Bush watchers. We got 54 watching right now. Thank you so very much for being here. I love my lurkers. You don't gotta chat, but I would appreciate it if you just pop in and say hey. I don't either any old time. I don't either. I struggle. I struggle a lot. It doesn't feel authentic. It doesn't feel sincere. Like I feel that with Seth. I feel like there is, when she did that interview where she was saying something, or the conversation that she was having, that it wasn't really an interview, it was, conversation. I feel like that was her being authentic, but it was positive and then negative. Like I said, like it sounded like, oh, that's a cute story. And then she would whip it around, like do a 360 right there and be like, boom, let's end it with something negative. Hey, Colleen. Hey, YouTuber. What's up? Look at you. See, I like it when the lurkers pop in. How you doing? We got 59 watching right now. Oh my goodness. You guys, like, I haven't seen Sebastian's name for too long, in my opinion. I love that a lot of attention is being given to Jack and Lily, and to Emmanuel, and to Jaden, and like, I appreciate that, but at the same time, like, we can't forget about Sebastian and Summer and Monkey, and Tammy's still been doing Summer on her channel. So if you are deep in Summer Wells' case, Tammy's channel is where you will want to be for sure. Let me see. That channel right there. Make sure you're subscribed. She's so close to 500 subscribers. I would love to get her there, like, soon. That would be so awesome. She's worked so hard on her channels, both of them. You just started lurking. Well, welcome. I'm glad you came in. All right. Lolly still does Sebastian. Lolly hasn't showed up in my recommended for a while. I'm going to have to go unsubscribe and resubscribe to her, because I haven't seen any of her videos in my, like, homepage for a minute. I wonder why. YouTube has been doing something funky. Tammy and I were just talking about this the other day. Have you guys been getting crazy, like, cheating videos recently on your homepage, like where they set people up to see if they'll cheat on their significant other? Because Tammy and I both have been getting those. Like, it's been crazy. Yes, Lady Freedom is a good channel too. I know she has been on Sebastian a lot. And I'll grab their links too. So Lolly and Lady Freedom both. All right. Almost daily for Lolly on Sebastian's case. See, why isn't it? I'm going to unsubscribe and resubscribe and re-ring the bell while I'm there grabbing her link, and I'll put it in the chat. Okay. Oh, welcome, Leah. Thank you for sharing that with me. I love Tara. I'm so excited. Tara's getting married. Oh, I'm so excited. Miss those alerts sometimes. Right. They show up way after the live stream has already happened or not at all. Like, seriously? Come on, YouTube. Get it together. Do better. Okay. Do better. YouTube is way ornery. It's ridiculous. Okay. I want you to listen to this again. Let me make sure I've gone back far enough here. Let me see if it'll... Yep, right here. Okay, here we go. You ready? Listen to Katie's words. Now, I do have it sped up on 1.25, so if that's too fast, you can slow it down yourself. If you click the gear on your screen, if you're on your phone or on your computer, the gear right here, it says settings. If you're on your phone, you have to tap your screen, and the gear will pop up in the top right-hand corner. You click it, and then you select the playback speed. So I'm on 1.25, so if it's too fast, if you slow it down to 0.75, that'll put it normal speed for you, okay? All right. Otherwise, I talk too much. I don't know that we'll get through this. It's an hour and 48 minutes, and we're 8 minutes in. So we got to play. Okay, we're going to play.
We keep putting up new flyers. I know a lot of places, they take them down after so long. We just keep going back and putting more up. I referred my original request just to anyone that's willing. Don't let him become forgotten. Don't let him become lost in the next story. Not to supersede other children, because they all deserve just as much, if not more, attention, because all children do. But I would say just please don't let him become forgotten and lost, because we're never gonna stop. We're never gonna let that happen if we can help it. That we should.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Back here.
That's good. Please don't let him be forgotten. Don't let him be lost. Let's keep it in the news. Okay.
Right.
Let's
there we go.
Help her with her wishes, a mother's wishes. You know, something that just hit me there when she was talking was, and this is not in our notes, we haven't even discussed it, but I know Sheila is too. As soon as I say this, I wonder if that poster that was in their yard when we passed by there last year, is still there of Sebastian. I wonder if they've still got in their yard.
Interesting.
We don't know. Hopefully they do.
Yeah.
And probably do. But
they probably
that's
do.
a good question, because she was talking about how they stay up for so long and people take them down. A parent's yard, the poster should remain up. I would have a banner out there. I would.
Yeah. Maybe a billboard.
Right.
Yeah. Why hang up posters? You know, Katie said, let's hang up posters. I'm going to continue to hang up posters. Of course, they take them down after a while. Well, guys, posters are ancient. We now have the internet, social media. You know, guys, it's like, I seen on somebody's comment on somebody's page channel, and it said, it was from Sarah Williams, 9025. I will tell you one thing. If my autistic son went missing, I wouldn't move. I'd be begging for interviews in print, on YouTube, TV, etc.
Amen.
That's us.
Yeah.
You're going to hear Sheila and I in this conversation with Chris Proudfoot.
Proudfoot. Yes.
Practically beg. Thank you, baby.
You're welcome.
Practically beg. And that's why Sheila doesn't talk a lot, guys. Sheila's mainly here to keep me in line and make sure what I say is straight. But
well, with everything that we've got going on, you know, we do have the internet now, and we do have the YouTube and X and
Twitter and all that
all
stuff.
those other things, I mean, that they could do interviews on that would help get the word out. Yeah.
Well, we actually begged. We're begging.
Okay. They are beggars. They begged Chris to get him and Katie to do an interview. Ridiculous, right? Ridiculous. October 13th was when they had this phone call, which means all of their text messages, which I'm going to skip through because I want to get to the phone call. They share good information here, but we're almost up to the text. And then you can see where they reached out a lot. A lot. Oh, here's the dates right here. Okay, so Friday, October 11th, Sunday, October 13th, and saying that they wanted to talk to him. He said, thank you. We got Sebastian on over in video once again, taking up for you. I'm curious what this is. This is Monday, October 14th. Taking up for you and Katie. Not that you need us to. Take care. Thank you so much. Right thing to do. Sunday, November 3rd. Hey, Chris, it's Fred and Sheila McCoy. Hope all is well. So he reached out, wanted to give you guys some time and space. A short interview. Put you on the platform at your convenience. Would appreciate the opportunity. Take care and
But they
God
started
bless.
filing lawsuits.
They filed a lawsuit.
YouTubers, I
At
guess.
least one.
Yeah.
So November 3rd was the last time that he had reached out. And they talked on the phone October 13th. So is Katie still trying to decide if she wants to do this interview with these nice people here? Or did she say no? The yard sign was still in their yard when Silvers drove by a couple months ago. All right. Right. I agree, Niecy Marie. I agree. Katie says she doesn't want him to fall to the bottom, but what is she doing to keep his face and name seen? What has she done? I mean, it's a lot like Jack and Lily's case. Hey, Malia, where the fuck are you? Very similar with Katie, right? Maybe Katie knows something we don't. Maybe you're right, Joe. Maybe you are right. Okay, here we go. We're almost to the call. Actually, I think, let me see. All right, let's get closer.
I made some notes.
Yeah.
And that's the reason I interrupt, because I forget what people said to them. Any of you police officers out there, especially that worked the case, had dogs that did anything at all when he gets on here talking. And
yeah, he said there was like 18 dogs they had there.
And when he gets on here talking, if you pick out anything that was said that it's not correct, bring it to somebody's attention, because we don't know. We don't know what he said, what he didn't. So she's going to play that video right here. Knew that it was you when it rang. We don't answer. I always let it go to voicemail. And I seen Nashville, and I told Sheila, I said, Chris, what about that?
He just told me.
Thanks for calling us, pal.
You're welcome, sir.
Thanks for calling us. I hope we're right, but we think you and Katie's been treated wrongly. We've been watching some of these videos and some of these people that's doing these shows, and until people's proven to have done something or something like that, there's so many rumors out there. And how do you?
Sorry, I got up to run to use the bathroom real quick, and already I want to pause it, because why does he always do that? Did you notice the very first words that he spoke? Did anybody catch that? He did it when he was on Duchess's panel too. You know, the very first interview that they did on YouTube before the news interviews, they went on a YouTube channel, not the news, but a YouTube channel. And as a polite interviewer would do, they said, thank you. Thank you for coming on. Well, Fred said, thank you for calling us today. Thank you. And Chris's answer?
We think you and Katie's been treated well.
Well, sir.
I think Sheila knew that it was you when it rang. We don't answer. I always let it go to voicemail. And I seen Nashville, and I told Sheila, I said, Chris,
Yeah.
what about that?
He just told me.
Thanks for calling us, pal.
Well, sir.
Did you hear it? I better turn the closed captioning on because I think it's a little bit quiet here. Let me see. Make it bigger. No, that's not the one I want. Background, that can stay that way. Try to make it easier to see. Okay, which is better? The blue or the pink? Exactly, Tina girl. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. You're welcome. He said you're welcome. Like he's some big celebrity. You're welcome. Fred is thanking him for calling him back to talk about his missing stepson. And he says, you're welcome. Not thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for wanting to share my stepson's information. Thank you. He says, you're welcome. He did the same thing on Duchess. That was one of the very first things that stood out to me during that interview because it was right there at the beginning. Thank you for coming on the panel today. You're welcome. Period. Crickets. Not a thank you. You could say you're welcome and then say thank you for inviting us. Thank you for reaching out. Thank you for wanting to share Sebastian's face and story. Thank you for doing this. Nope. You're welcome. Pink it is. Pink, pink, pink. You're welcome, sir. One more time, and we're going to let it play.
Sheila, I said, Chris,
Yep.
what about that?
He just told me.
Thanks for calling us, pal.
Well, sir.
Thanks for calling us. I hope we're right, but we think you and Katie's been treated wrongly. We've been watching some of these videos and some of these people that's doing these shows, and until people's proven to have done something or something like that, there's so many rumors out there, and how do you defend against it? And we wanted to be able to maybe sit down and talk to you all one day. I'm a 40-year retired police officer, and I've solved a few cases in my day. But Sheila and I, we found this body a while back. We're both retired, and we found this shooter on I-75 that had shot those 5 people. And it took us 6 days, and I just had a total change in my Christian life.
So right there, he said it. He found the shooter. Took him 6 days, and they found him. So I must have not comprehended those words when I listened to this the first time, because right there, he said it. That's who they found. But that would still, like, I can't imagine. You know, like, I can't imagine. I don't know if he found deceased people when he was a police officer or not, but I would figure something like that would really stick with you. And if not, totally traumatize you for the rest of your life, you know, like, so wow. I'm grateful that they did it and that they wanted to do it and that they did it, you know. I just Tina, he talks about himself and Katie and how innocent they are and how they help law enforcement. Hmm. Yes. Yes. Hmm. Um, and Joe, I feel like they've been moving on for a long ass time. You know, like I don't think like it just happened. I feel like when do you guys feel like Chris and Katie moved on? Well, that's what I was thinking, Joe, but I haven't heard him talk about it, so I don't know. You know, that's why I was saying. Right, he is putting the butter on the bread. Yes. He is buttering him up like a biscuit, okay? He's trying, and I think he did a good job. One of the things that I noticed was Fred talks a lot about his Christian life and how, you know, he's a man of God now and or more than ever, you know, that he's really changed his life around. And Chris's responses were weird. You'll hear it. But listen for when he talks about that, because Fred talks about it a lot during these pieces of this phone call that we have. So day one, right, Tina? Mm-hmm. Since that left in March 2024 at the beginning. All right. And I wanted to do this before I forgot. I remembered when I ran to the bathroom. I have some memberships to give out. I have memberships. I don't think we have any member in the chat right now. So I'm going to toss out 5, and I hope that they go to some people that are in the chat right now. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, boom. Let's see who got them. YouTuber, Nisi Marie, House Music, Pink Life Christina, Tor, welcome. All right, so they got 2 of the people in the chat. Whoop, whoop. Welcome to the squad. I love it. I love it. Witchy Mama, I agree. I agree. Chris did try to call Seth and text, but he called his cell phone. He knew he was at work, but he called his cell phone, knowing Seth is not allowed to take his phone into his work because he works in a jail. So he could have called the jail. Katie had a whole list of phone numbers on how to get a hold of Seth at work, but Seth didn't get a call at work. He got a call on his cell phone and a text. And when Seth returned the call, an hour later, when he got off work and got out to his truck, the first thing that Chris said was, "Don't be mad."
And when I started on this Sebastian, people started texting us and say, check on Sebastian. We wasn't familiar with it. And then the more we start checking, the more I see that I used to use the F-bomb myself. I used to use some language, and I used to be real outspoken and tell people, you remind me of myself. And unless people's been accused of something, or how would they react? So anyway, our thing is that we're just, me and Sheila just want to see if someday we could chat with you and Katie, and we don't have to have no cameras or nothing else. We just want to be able to sit down and see if we can help some way, at least to clear up some of the conceptions that people has.
You know, it's honestly, it just gets to the point where everybody has said so much. We just, that's why we've kind of pushed away from the public eye and talking and getting out there. It's just,
I mean,
so there's, I mean, I'll give you what I can. There's some things I can't give you.
Understandable.
Because that's law enforcement has us not to.
Sure.
That's understandable.
Sure.
Yeah, she would be correct as far as.
You know what I just thought of? You know who else said, well, I'm not sure what I can say because law enforcement, you know, like, I'm not for sure what I can share. Do you know who else said that? It was a female. A mother. A shitty mother, but a mother. Jennifer Soto. Remember when she was doing her interview and the reporter was asking questions and she's like, well, I'm not sure what I can share. I don't know why that just hit me, but it did. And I put it in the chat, but I want to also, just in case, you know, somebody's on rewind, because I do that a lot. Like, I'll go into a live stream late and rewind it. So I put it in chat too. But everybody make sure that you vote on the poll because I'm going to end it soon. And need to buy a lottery ticket. You won something on BHB's channel this morning? Or yesterday? Well, congratulations, YouTuber. It is your lucky week, shall we say? Oh, yeah, Daniel from Jack and Lily's cases said that too. That's right. That's right. But see, law enforcement, unless it's information that the parent gave to law enforcement, we just read that email from Brandon Carter where he said, we don't tell them what not to say, or we don't tell them not to say anything or not to share anything, or, you know, so, but Chris uses that reason a lot, right? That's a common thing, a common answer of his. Joe, did you know that I did a quick video of showing a perfect example of how disengaged Chris and Katie are? I don't know if they have HIPAA in Pictou County or not, but I know that they do in Tennessee, but it's not quite the way that Chris thinks it is. Just saying. It costs an arm and a leg. Oh, YouTuber. Well, you just enjoy whatever you want from BHBs and enjoy your month of membership. Whoop, whoop. And, yeah. Enjoy that good luck you got going on. Okay, here we go.
Us physically being out in the woods with everybody in the initial days and all this about searching, law enforcement said, we do not want you out. We do not want you to get in the middle of it, because if something comes about and we need to talk to you or get a hold of you, we know where to find you. Now, that was said to all three parents, Seth, Katie, myself, and we did exactly what they asked.
Sure.
Seth he's a grieving father. He's upset.
Okay, I promise we're going to get through this call. But so first he said, see, I'm going to have to take notes just like I told you. I'm going to pause it. Fred was talking about how, you know, he's a babbler. So am I. So first he said, law enforcement told them not to go search. I believe that. I believe don't go out in the woods and search, because you're going to go out there. You could get hurt. If you find something, then it could be looked at as the crime scene, or that scene would be contaminated because you put yourself in that scene. So I can understand law enforcement saying don't search. That I got. Not searching is a whole different ballgame. You know, that I don't understand, like how you could not search, but whatever. And then he says, Seth he's a grieving father. He's upset. As he freaking should be. Like, why aren't you and your wife? In my opinion, okay? Hold on, let me go back over here. In my opinion, allegedly, I have never once, not one single time, and if you have, please let me know, have you ever heard Chris talk and thought, man, he's grieving? Ever, on any interview, any time that he's ever spoken, have you ever felt that? Has that thought process ever happened inside of your brain? And, where is it? Panda Bear's mom. Welcome, Panda Bear's mom. Nice to see you. I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Right, Janine, they couldn't stop Seth from searching. I think you're right. I think that law enforcement requested that he let them know where he was going to search. They even had a map at one point, because I remember I put some pins in the map myself of where flyers had been hung. I don't know if I'm sure I have that link because I bookmarked it on my phone. So I'm sure that I could find it. But, like that's good. Like you should communicate. I remember when they were looking for Kylie Rodney, they had an app where when people would go search, they would document it was almost like a tracking app. And so when they turned it on, as they were searching, it would track them and it would show everybody on the app where they had searched. So that way they weren't tracking over the same location over and over and over again. I think that would have been really helpful in Sebastian's case, just because it did feel like there were two separate teams, per se, in air quotations, that were searching. And so if everybody would have used that app or something like that app, then that would have been helpful for those who were actually out there searching, not just out there. I'm not going to even say it. I'm going to keep going because I am not getting into the drama. So we're going to keep on rolling here. Okay.
He's missing his son. I'm not going to speak for how he feels. I'm not going to try to explain why or what he is doing, why he's doing what he's doing. I don't know. When it comes to Katie and myself, we've literally listened to everything that law enforcement says that. It doesn't matter what it is. Like if they want something, they send me a message, send Katie a message, and they get it.
Sure.
I mean, it's not even a question. If you want something, what do you want? Come get it.
Yeah.
I'll break it to you. Whatever it is, I don't care. We've been like that since day one. And it's a constant battle with people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah.
We understand that. We had a lady call the other night, take Sheila from West Virginia, and said she's got some information, said y'all need to contact me. And I told Sheila, I said, ask her what part, her phone showed up West Virginia, and I said, ask her what part of Hendersonville she's from and where she had searched at down there. And she wrote back and said, no, I'm not from down that area. I haven't been down there. And then Sheila told her, said, we're sorry, dear. There's so many rumors out there. We don't need more rumors. We're talking to people that know something about it, because all she's going to do is tell us what she has watched on a video or read in the paper. And that's not how you solve cases or work cases, or it's just not. But
well, everybody's upset. So when you said me at work and all this, okay, well, I'm working in Memphis. I'm sitting in a tower crane as we speak right now.
Sure.
In Memphis out in the St. Jude project. I just left my house last night actually from Hendersonville to come back to work.
Sure.
But, when all this initially went down, we called law enforcement. people have a hard time understanding, well, you call 911 because I don't need 911 when I know that I can call directly to the dispatch desk and get a dispatcher.
Yeah, and you're out in the county. We understand it. You're out in the sheriff's department boundary. You won't be in the. Yeah, I heard that, but I thought Sheila and I talked about that. Why would you have to call if you know the number directly? Call the sheriff's office.
Yeah, I mean, that's the stuff that everybody doesn't. I'm sorry. I know where I live. I know the numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, for God's sake, every parent should know your area. You should know your fire department. My fire department is a volunteer that's less than a quarter of a mile from my front door. Sure. That's my fire department. That's my EMS right there. Sure.
Okay.
Sure. We came down a while back and just walked away. I don't know. Like I said, my wife's been a Christian all of her life and all this and that. And I've really, this last thing we worked, I've seen everything in the world in 40 years, but for some reason, it really affected me, and the good Lord's just blessed me. And again, you never know about things. If you're innocent, can you imagine what an injustice that you've been done during all? And that was Sheila and my thing was, and again, I know you're busy. I know you work all the time. I know you, but I think that Sheila and I could, if you and Katie ever get a chance and get a couple of hours where we could come down and visit with you. And if you can't, that's understandable. You've done more than I probably expected just calling us, but I think we could do.
Believe it or not, it would have, I am not away from the idea of sitting down and having a conversation with people. And I've told people in the beginning, I will have conversations with people. And I just tell everybody, I'm brash, I'm direct, but I respect.
That's Fred McCoy, buddy.
That's just the way I was raised.
Well, that military.
That's the other part of it is I don't have time to sugarcoat people's cookies for me. That's not me.
I used to be like it. I'm trying to change. Sheila's, and the good Lord's changing me on that part. But I'm telling you, people used to say one thing about Fred McCoy: you don't have to go to the country store to find out what he thinks about you. He'll tell you to your face. And that. See, I respect people like that. I just think that people need to see a different angle, different from a police officer's perspective, from Sheila. Sheila's a retired school teacher Sheila's dealt. We've got a nephew that's autistic, and she's dealt with schools and school systems. Again, me and Sheila just thought that you all had, and Katie, the both of you, at least a person. I'm not going to say we're on your side. We're not on nobody's side, but I guarantee you that your side would get to be heard. From what I understand, he's in the Navy.
Yes.
Haven't they heard?
16 years.
Yeah, 16 years. Well, haven't never heard he does like a sailor. They used to tell me you curse like a sailor. Well, I was a Marine, but so you and Katie talk if you get a chance, and you all ever feel like it. Once you're accused, parents already know, Chris, that we're looked at. If something happens to our children today, they would be looking at me and Sheila. Mm-hmm. That's just the way we do in police work, and a lot of times that is the case, no doubt. We've got some good questions, and I think you and Katie could put a lot of stuff to rest.
Well, me and Katie both taken polygraph tests with law enforcement. We both passed our polygraph test. Seth has, I don't know, only from what I've been told, Seth took a polygraph test through NancyGrace's TV show. Okay. I was advised by TBI not to do that. So that's part of the big thing is they're all upset because I told NancyGrace that I would do it, and then when I went to talk to TBI, they said, no, don't recommend you do it. Okay, then that means I'm not doing it. Yeah. So I'll take it to TBI. So that's what they did.
And you did take one and passed it?
Oh, yes, sir.
See, that's that's things that people, the last I heard that you offered, and that's why it's been an injustice, because that you offered on NancyGrace, you have time and place, and then when they offered it, that you backed out on it, and you'd never taken one.
See, here's the other part that NancyGrace has never said either. So her producer, Rachel, at the time, I was in contact with her and told her, I say, look, TBI has advised me not to take y'all's right away, to take theirs first. And if everything is good, then I don't need to take one with y'all. So let me deal with them first, because it is their investigation. And she was like, no, I completely understand.
Yeah.
Okay. So I had that conversation with her producer. No. And I also had a conversation. I'm going to miss his name, but I don't know if it's Zappleton or something. She had another producer that she also uses. And I've had a conversation with him. And but none of that has been divulged to the public. None of it. Of course it would. They're a TV show. They're there for ratings. They're for the money.
Anyway, I'm glad
Okay, hold on. Yes, NancyGrace is a TV show. Yeah, she makes money. But Nancy's always been in true crime. She's always been in the justice system in one way, shape, or form. She has motive for wanting to be in the justice system. So I feel like Nancy is loving her job. She's not there just for the money. Okay? That's just my opinion. But who cares? Even if you took a polygraph with the TBI, with law enforcement, why would you not go ahead and do it on Nancy too? If you passed with flying colors. And what law enforcement would say, well, we'll take one with us first. And then, if everything's good, then you don't need to worry about taking one with Nancy. Why would they say that? So if it's not good, if you fail, then you should take one with Nancy? Is that what you're saying? Because that would be the opposite of what you just said. Did you guys catch that? Oh, dear. Exactly, Witchy Mama. Exactly. Yes. Like, what kind of sense does that make? Let me get back over here so I can see. Okay. Oh, boy. Devlin Tate has autism, ADHD, cerebral palsy, chromosome deletion, 19 years old, went missing in Lake Odessa, Michigan on April 21st this year. The phone pinged at trailer park and footage caught at Carl's supermarket. I have not heard about Devlin Tate. That is a very unique name. I actually have somebody that I've known in my life that they had a daughter that they named Devlin. And that's the only other Devlin that I've ever heard of. 19 years old. Whew. I have lots of questions, but I don't think that I could cover that. It's so hard for me. Like, seriously, it's just, there's certain things that my heart can and can't handle. And when somebody has, like I said, a lot of struggles like that, it's hard for me. Witchy Mama, I said I'm pretty good at reading typo text, okay? It's almost 3:30 in the morning and I still got it. I got you, girl. Right, Janine, exactly. He knew he was never going to take that polygraph. He knew he wasn't. He got up there and bold-faced lied to Nancy. And I don't think that was the only lie that he told her while he was up there. In my opinion, allegedly. Okay. In my opinion, allegedly. He knew he wasn't gonna. Oh my goodness. Hi, Opal. Good to see you. Welcome. All right, we're gonna keep on rolling. Everybody still here with me? We still rolling? Still doing the damn thing? We're 28 minutes into it. I think that's pretty darn good for me, especially. So looks like the call ends right around 59 minutes. So we still have about a half hour to go. So let's roll it.
I have seen your video. I seen the video where y'all drove down from Kentucky down 31. You came down through Kentucky down 31. You turned down McNerney and you went down that way. You came to the back road. So I did watch your video and I watched y'all go through the subdivision. the cul-de-sac, and he started coming back down, and he told me, Sheila, you should go over and knock on that door.
Yeah.
She's like, no, I'm not.
Yeah.
And actually, she could have. So the sign is posted, no trespassers. We were told by law enforcement to put that up because of certain individuals out there that took it upon themselves to walk around our property, videotaping, taking photos without permission. So we were advised by law enforcement to put that up, but we've had people come and knock on the door and ask questions and talk to us.
Wow.
As long as people are respectful, we don't. We're not.
Yeah.
We have nothing to hide.
Yeah.
There you go.
To shy away from.
Yeah.
Now, and me and Katie are all on the same page with law enforcement. We just don't want to be a part of the circus.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's
good.
Somehow this has gotten away from our son.
Yeah.
And it's turned into this big old circus, pointing fingers and like, why? Yeah. So that was Mr. Steve Fisher. He's a private investigator, and he's licensed in 9 states. His credentials are probably some of the best out there. I mean, he has worked with TBI in East Tennessee, working for cases. He's worked all over the country.
Sure.
I mean, so why, when he said, look, I might be able to add something I don't know. And I've talked to him. We've had conversations offline, just like how we are doing now. And our conversations eventually will lead up to, I wound up meeting with him. And I said, look, I know you got some questions. And he gave me his questions. I said, well, instead of me explaining, can I show you? He said, sure.
Yeah.
So me and him got in his car. We drove around and I showed him, I said, look, this from this angle here, standing here, looking at this, looking at this is where you see this. This is where I can explain this. And keep in mind that as I explain this to you, that the foliage is out here. Back in February, the trees were naked.
Mm-hmm.
There's no leaves, there's no nuts. So everything that I'm telling you, you're not going to understand and see exactly because there's no leaves, or there's leaves on the trees, so you can't see directly where I'm pointing. Or, we went to the reverse position of where I was saying and looked down, and I said, see the foliage? You can't see where we were standing. But once this is naked, you can see all the way across the street onto the other side of the Long Hollow Pike.
Sure.
And he was like, I didn't think about that. And I said, yeah, and it's this, and this. We drove around, we saw the retention pond, showed him which way the dog went,
Chris, the dog itself, and my brother, he used to be the canine officer for our department. And, a dog is only as good as it's been trained, and a dog is only as good as the handler that knows the indicators. And sometimes dog handlers, like everybody else, wants their 15 minutes of fame. And, I've heard so many stories about the dogs hitting or didn't hit. And that was one of the questions we had was about the dog and where the dog hit or did he hit and so forth like that. But again, when you've got a bunch of police officers, go ahead.
Well, I'll tell you, like the first, that first week, they had ran 13 to 18 different dogs. Our house, around the house, everything. And all of these dogs were from one group. We had dogs from Sumner County. We had highway patrol dogs. We had professional dog trackers, ones that trained with the FBI, sent out their 2 best canines that they always use.
Yeah.
One of those dogs has, I think it's got like 15 bodies credited to their search.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
Yeah, so they brought out all these dogs and from all over the country. They came in. Whatever they wanted. Like I said, we didn't care. You could have it, didn't care. And they got the scents. Now, out of those number of dogs, at least three of separate dogs went on the same path. And that path was out of our house. If you go out the front door, it went to the left, went down the side of that fence, and it comes back up to the front yard. Then the dog jolts diagonally back left between our neighbor's house with their backyard, goes down to the street, down to the main road, Kellen, when you came in on.
Sure.
Goes all the way to the top of the hill, turns right, goes into the next subdivision over, and it is tracking, and this dog is just running. And it gets to the retention pond and jumps in the retention pond. That was Max.
Yeah.
Now, 3 of these dogs go in that exact same route. I only know of one that jumped in the pond, but 3 dogs went the same route.
Wow.
Did me and Sheila on our way down there that day? You need to go?
No.
Okay.
I've got They just told me he's coming back around. So,
Okay. Sheila, on her way down there, she got her phone and looked up sex offenders in the area. You know, you got a sex offender, registered sex offender within 8 minutes of your address.
there's 5.
Are they 5? It only showed us 1, but 1 is enough to at least let a person know that, you know, anything's possible. And again, everybody.
1 law enforcement went to all 5 registered sex offenders.
Great. Okay.
All their records, know exactly their exact whereabouts.
That's great.
Everything.
Okay. See, that's things like people. That's what I'm saying. As far as me as an investigator and Sheila both, as far as that, but that's things that people. We mentioned that on the way down. We didn't mention sex offender. We just said there's 1. Well, I think we did. I think we said so because we didn't want to say sex on the YouTube.
Yeah, RSOs.
Yeah.
Or
And,
SROs, I'm sorry.
yeah, and so that's interesting. We just don't think that the finger point in time is now, and definitely with nothing to go on than what people's got. And Sheila and I were just, again, we're YouTubers. Of course, this is our hobby. We enjoy it. Parents don't want to hear that, or step parents, but
Oh no. I will save you the kid gloves, because Katie and I have had these conversations with law enforcement.
okay,
And it's simple. There's the answers. When all this is said and done, there's only 2 answers that are going to come out of this.
Yeah.
1, Sebastian is going to come home safe and sound, but he's going to have some, he's not going to feel, he's going to need a lot of mental psychologists.
Sure.
That's what I look for. That's what he's going to need. Or 2, Sebastian will be found dead in the woods.
sure.
Yeah.
And I believe it's the latter. I honestly believe within 2 miles circumference around there. Sheila thinks around the school. She thinks.
Notice how easy he said that? The 2 options. Did you catch that? And the second option. Like, I don't even want to say those words. And he's not my child, nor my stepchild. And hearing Chris talk about the dogs makes my skin crawl because of his statement where he said that, what was it, like some wild number, like, I know I'm exaggerating a lot, but where he said like 99% of those dogs are wrong. He said something ignorant like that. Like his educational level about search dogs, he showed it right there in that one statement, in my opinion, allegedly. Right. No emotion. He said they're 25% accurate. Thank you, Janine. Thank you. I knew it was something very ignorant. Now, I know that dogs, like Fred was talking about here, dogs are as good as their handlers. That's it. And dogs miss. I always refer back to the Kathleen Moore case. Kathleen Moore was reported missing in Florida, and she was very close. She was behind her boyfriend's house and 2 houses down in like a swampy area. It wasn't swamp, but it was like there was a lot of foliage in that area, and there were dogs, deputies, and drones that were within 2 feet of her deceased body, within a week of her being deceased, and they all missed her. They all missed her. So when they were talking about trying to get more dogs in the area, and Chris kept saying, nope, not on my property. Nope, nope, nope. We've already had 13. We don't need any more. Nope, nope. I would say bring 100. And let's follow every single one of them. And let's see where they lead us. Right, Nisi? I have to say, I don't disagree with you. I don't hear any emotion whatsoever. Okay, let's put it that way. There's 0 emotion, as he says option number 2 here. Let's go back and listen to that one more time here. And all right, there's only 2 answers. Just 2. According to Christopher Proudfoot, there's only 2 answers.
That are going to come out of
Yeah.
Sebastian is going to come home safe and sound, but he's going to have some, he's not going to feel, he's going to need a lot of mental psychologists.
Sure.
That's what I look for. That's what he's going to need. Or 2, Sebastian will be found dead in the woods.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I believe it's the latter. I honestly believe within 2 miles circumference around there. Sheila thinks around the school. She thinks she was wanting to ask Katie if he had a favorite teacher, was he comfortable going to school, all these questions about school. And Sheila feels that he was headed toward the school for some reason. And
so here's what I can tell you about that. Around the school, so between the high school, elementary, and the middle school, there's 400 cameras.
wow.
See, I knew there was cameras.
Okay.
I mean, that includes inside, outside. There's 400 cameers. They have pulled the footage from all of those cameras.
Okay.
And
400
cameras.
Wow.
They have scoured the football field.
Yeah.
Back behind the football field, there was a field. And of course, I'm native to that area.
Sure.
So I actually went to Beach Elementary when I was a little kid.
Wow.
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, there's not very much in that area.
Yeah.
That somebody's like, well, I'm over here. I'm like, I can tell you're over next to so-and-so's house. Or, if you go up this road right here and you go all the way back to the left, it snakes around. Blah, blah, blah. And people are like, how do you know this? Because I'm from here. It's
you probably played in a lot of those hills.
The school has been very, very heavily searched.
Okay.
Steve and there's a couple other folks that have thermal drones and stuff like that outside of law enforcement, not with law enforcement, that we've kind of been, when we get together and we're like, all right, we're going to look at this area, we're going to go search here. And we're kind of doing some, what do you call it? Like, not coordinating, but
grid search.
Yeah, there you go, grid searching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what we was wondering, if a person, that's what they didn't do over there. And if you'll just get in a line, and that way when you go through an area, you know for a fact that without a doubt there's nothing there, and then you can mark that off. If a person knew for a fact for those 2 miles around your all's place, I would feel so much more comfortable and say, okay, it's something else. He's in a vehicle. There's somebody, something's more to it. But for him just to be gone and no vehicle going down the road, nothing like that. It's
Sebastian, just.
I'm afraid we're gonna mess him up.
Yeah, I don't want to.
No, you're fine.
Okay, don't let us mess you up there. I know you're busy. Maybe later on, if you and Katie get a chance, you sit down and talk. Like I said, if you decide to talk to us or something, we'd love to do I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, I'm about like you. We're straightforward. We'd love to do a video.
Yeah, I mean, it's we all try to do what we can, and we try to answer all the questions. And everybody wants to come up with some crazy stuff, but it comes to what could have happened, what may have happened.
Yeah. Oh, Sheila, you ask them.
Sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you all think happened to little Sebastian? Do you have?
I'm down to I'm only down to 2 scenarios here.
Okay.
And they, what I feel probably the most reasonable in my head that makes sense. So the first one is very simple.
Okay.
Sebastian got up, walked out of the house, walked out in the woods. He's out there somewhere, and we can't find him.
Okay.
That's the simple one.
That's
right.
Sometimes simple is the way it is, but go ahead.
Now the second one, Sebastian walked out of the house. Either it was planned or he was lured out of the house, or something triggered him to leave out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
And walked out of the house. I personally feel he got to Long Hollow Pike, and he got picked up in a car, and they headed westbound on Long Hollow Pike.
Wow.
And westbound goes to I-65. Now, there's a license plate reader
Now, listen to this, because this part is very interesting. I just want to make sure that you're awake. We only have about 14 more minutes of the call, and then it's over. So, we're learning new information here, because he's about to talk about this license plate reader, which supports why he thinks this scenario here is the most probable. Okay? Right. He got in a car and went west. He's going to explain why he thinks that he went west. Now, the chances of that, obviously, are 50-50, right? If he got in a car and went to I-65 and they went west instead of east, that's a 50% chance. But there's also a 50% chance that he didn't walk out of that house on his own. Right? Right? Mm. Welcome, Billy B. Welcome, welcome. Glad you're here. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. When we get to, so I haven't been live in so long, but a while back, I had decided that when we hit 11,111 subscribers, I'm doing a big ass giveaway, and I have all the prizes for the giveaway. So now we just have to hit 11,111 subscribers. So thank you for being one of the subscribers to get us there. Thank you so much. Everybody in chat who is chatting is awesome because you are all subscribed, okay? And if your name is in green, you're even more awesome. I'm just saying, because I appreciate that support. Thank you so much. Right, and chasing an unknown scent. And dual trained for drug detection. Because Max was not given Sebastian's scent, right? I recall that correctly? He was looking for a familiar, I can't say that word right, with an L at the end. I think so too, Joe. Yep. I think so too. So what are your theories of what you think happened? Give me your best theory that you believe the most in the chat right now, in your comment, and we'll make sure that, everything from here on is, in my opinion, allegedly, so you guys can share what you think what happened. Ground disturbance. He was also driven by vehicle to the pond. See? Carol, I can't say that I disagree with you. I am on top chat on my computer here for some reason. Okay, I'm going to end out the poll. So, is silence the best idea for Katie? Ending it right here. And we got not at all in the lead with 72%. Yes at 16%. And if she feels it's best is at 11%. And we have a total of 104 votes. Thank you all so much for voting. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Joe, you, yes. And everybody else, everybody in the chat. I want to know what your best guess, your best assumption, your best opinion is of what happened to Sebastian Rogers on February 25th, 2024. I do too, Aussie. I do too. I feel like, in my opinion, okay, I feel like I have to put my disclaimer up here every time I say it. In my opinion, allegedly, I feel like something happened with Katie, an accident, and I feel like it was covered up. And I feel like Chris helped cover it up. In my opinion, allegedly, because I'm allowed to have my opinion. We're all allowed to have opinions, and that's what I want you to share. He drowned in the pond. Okay, Billy. All right. You think it was planned? Okay. Think he was either unalived in the house or handed off to someone between Texas Roadhouse and the house. All right. See, isn't it crazy? Like, we've all followed this case. We've all heard the majority of what has been said, the facts by law enforcement that have been shared. We've all heard a lot of it, the majority of it, right? And we all have a little different theory, different opinion of what we think happened. Definitely planned, Billy. Okay. I think it was accidental too. Janine. Okay. So I think Sebastian was removed by vehicle. I wish that. Okay. So we know about the 3 a.m. video that's allegedly at, the 3 o'clock hour. We'll just call it, instead of the 3 a.m. video, because we don't know for a fact that it was in that hour, but we could say the flashlight video, because it's most definitely not a freaking trash truck, because trash trucks don't have googly eyes that go different directions and separate and come together and separate and all of that, right? So allegedly, in my opinion, factually, those were flashlights. In my opinion, I believe there was an accident that happened before 9:47 p.m., which is when Katie and Chris started their phone call, their 2-hour phone call, not 3-hour. It was a little under 2 hours, I believe, without looking back at my notes. 9:47 to 11 something, right? And so I believe that something accidental happened. Katie freaked out, and there was an accident. And so then she freaked out even more and called Chris and was like, I just freaked out and this happened and what am I supposed to do? And so Chris was like, this is what we're going to do. And then there were flashlights and there were people that came over and helped. And then, Katie got herself together, and around 6 o'clock, and she started the plan, in my opinion, allegedly, possibly, maybe. Okay. Right. Accident, you call 911. Yes. Unless it was at your own hand. So, like with the West boys, Orrin and Orson West, they were both hurt at the hands of their siblings and their parents. When the siblings were doing things, it was at the order of the parents. They didn't call 911 until months later, after both boys were deceased and long gone, and they had moved into a whole different house. Well, it was an accident because it led up to. So it wasn't like a freak accident. It was obviously going to happen eventually, but they didn't know that it was going to happen like that, I guess, we've seen parents who, I've seen so many interrogations. Oh my goodness. There's so many monsters that walk amongst us. It's so scary. I've seen mothers and fathers and mom's boyfriends and dad's girlfriends and dad's wife and mom's husband and whatever, where they hit the child and the child passes from that blunt force trauma, basically, right? And look at Harmony Montgomery. He was punishing her for urinating on herself and kept going and going and going and heard something snap. I don't think his intention was, I'm going to unalive her right this second. But I don't think that he cared that he did either. It wasn't planned to happen at that very moment, but it happened. And the reason why I say it was Sebastian is because, we've heard that he allegedly had oppositional defiance disorder, and allegedly Katie verified that. And he's 15 at that time. And 15-year-olds are a little bit rough anyway, trying to push back against, the rules and see how far they can go and, all of that. But then he also can't be hit in the head, right? So that's what makes me think like it was an accident, not like he slipped and fell. Oh shit, I gotta call 911. He just slipped and fell and hit his head. I don't think it was that at all. I think that it was an intentional thing that wasn't planned. So that's why I call it an accident. Does that make more sense? Let me see. You guys are chatting it up. Holy shit. Let me see. The big weekend dinner makes me think it was planned, right? Trash trucks didn't have legs. That's right. Kidnapping, went south, tried to get away, hit head on something. Very possible. I haven't seen, no, Tina, I haven't seen anything from Lolly's for a couple weeks. I'm going to have to go over there and see. It comes down to two camps of people, those that think he was unalived and hidden versus those who can't fathom Sebastian having been unalive and want him to be alive, so therefore hand it off to someone. That, yeah, I can see that, Witchy Mama. I can see that. They have to have the vehicle on camera then. Janine, I wonder about that too, because the flashlight video, we didn't see a vehicle in the flashlight video, right? The vehicle was a separate video. So that's what makes me question that whole thing. Like that flashlight video and the car video have completely baffled me, I guess, because of, we know where the cameras are. We know that there are cameras. We know the placement of some of the cameras. And so other than shitty quality, how would they not get the make and model of the car or the color of the car? Or, like there's got to be something, maybe not the license plate, but something, Long gone and no accident. Can't qualify an accident. Worst case. That's a good point, Joe. I like that. I always focus on the worst case because that opens all options up real bad, not too bad. And the reason I think it's planned is because they covered it up good so far. It just takes one person to break this case. I agree with that, Billy. It takes one person for things to eat at their soul, right? One person. Don't think it was an accident. We've seen better pictures of the 3 a.m. video. I think they used fog machines. Oh, okay. So is that on lollies? I'll have to look at that because that's, see, once you start going outside of it like that, that makes me kind of like, would they go to that extreme? You know, like without that flashlight video, this would be a different case entirely. I agree, Joe. I agree. The flashlight video definitely threw a wrench in it, right? You don't do all the things in one weekend unless something is planned, in my opinion. In my opinion, I agree with that, Carol. There was a lot happening. Right? Any old time. It had been a few weeks, the beginning of February, right? He finally did admit the date, but I forget what he had said it was. And Janine, that could be possible too. I mean, ODD is like I've said, my daughter was diagnosed with ODD as a minor. I think as you become an adult, it changes into something more detailed, I guess. I don't know how to say it. But her diagnosis was changed after she had turned 18. But as a child, she was definitely defiant in every way, shape, or form. Like I could say the sky is blue and she would say, no, it's light blue. I could say it's 5:45 and she would say, no, Mom, it's 5:44. You know, like anything to argue back. And at 15, I'm getting ready to put out more photos on Monday. Oh, Nisi, do you have the pictures? Is that what you're talking about? I agree, any old time. I agree. I have seen too many evil parents too. Both sexes, it doesn't matter. Male, female, significant other, actual birthing person or creator, however you want to call it, of the child. It doesn't matter. A monster is a monster. And I think that's the part that it's so hard for people to accept because we don't think that way. And I heard Dr. Phil talk about that one time. You know, he said something about, you don't think the same way as a killer does. And that's a good thing. Because if you did think the same way, then that would mean that you would have the same tendencies, right? So we can't fathom the processes that they go through, the things that go through their head to do the things that they do. We can't justify their bad behaviors like they can. They can justify it to themselves. I don't think they can justify it to others, but to themselves they can. So it's a good thing that we cannot think on that same level, right? And for Sebastian to call Chris Mr. Chris, and Chris bragged about that. You know, he was like, we asked Sebastian what he wanted to call me, and he said Mr. Chris. Okay, well, that showed me right there. He looked at Chris as a drill sergeant. He didn't look at Chris as a father figure. I guarantee he didn't call Seth Mr. Daddy. You know, like you don't put that Mr. there unless you look at him as some type of like authority, you know, like a teacher or a principal or, you know, like somebody who gives you orders, not as a loving adult. I just, Any old time, I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. Why not drive the couple hours home on the weekends? My husband works out of town right now. My husband is working 3.5 hours away from home. And he's in bed right now, in our house right now. He has to leave tomorrow evening to go back to work. He comes home every weekend. Every weekend. because he only has to make that trip twice, from Friday to Sunday. So to not be home, I feel like he didn't want to be there, or he couldn't be there. Seth disputed the ODD. And Janine, maybe they didn't tell Seth about it. You know, like, that wouldn't surprise me though, right? Hi, human animal. I always say your name wrong. I'm so sorry. Can get them an ASPD diagnosis, I think it is. Humanimal. Is that how you say it? Humanimal? And Carol, you think that Chris did want Sebastian there? Or did you mean to type did not want Sebastian there? I agree, Annual Time. I agree. I don't think that there's a whole lot of... I just don't see authentic emotion from Katie, in my opinion. And Tina Girl, I think it was good that the flashlight video came out. I think it was, because, you know, for law enforcement to tell the parents that it was a trash truck, come on. Do I look like a dumbass to you? I'm sorry if I confused you. Over 5,000 photos. I'll show. Where are you showing it, Niecy? Have you been doing stuff on your channel? I need to go make sure I'm subscribed. If so, how did I miss this? I'm a very good person, but I've read about the worst people, so I always see the worst options with these cases. I do too, Joe. I do too. I'm always open to either or, right? To good or not so good, you know? From good to not so good to pure evil, you know? And it's hard to get to that evil level. But once you've seen people talk about it, I mean, oh my gosh, the worst one I watched was a father who locked his son, I think it was in the attic, like chained him, and then hurt him because he urinated and defecated on the floor, like he had any other option. And he did disgusting things that I can't even repeat because I can't even get it out of my mouth. Okay, I can't even say it. But the way that he justified himself in that interview made me sick. Like, hearing what he did to the child was on one level, but then hearing him justify himself was a whole different level. Like I just, I figured you meant did not, Carol. And I agree. I don't think that Chris wanted to be around Sebastian either. I really don't think that's why he didn't go home. He used money that he could have used in gas to go buy an RV, to pay for the RV rental spot, and lived it up like a bachelor in the RV. Now, allegedly, when Sebastian was with Seth on Seth's weekends, allegedly Katie went to the RV. Why is that? Like, what? Okay, so you're putting the video on your channel, Niecy, though? Because if so, I will share your channel link in here, and I will make sure I'm subscribed. Plus what Nina said about her when she was literally being chased after getting her. Yes, right, any old time. And, you know, listening to Nina, I looked at it, as I listened with a grain of salt in mind, right? And she is an ex. She's one of 5. Well, one of 4 ex-wives, right? Which there's a reason for that. I mean, I can't say that I've ever been married more than once, and I'm okay with that, like I've never hit 5, okay? 5 I feel like is excessive. 1 or 2, maybe 3, to find the right one, but 5 seems like a lot, in my opinion. Let me... Oh, I am subscribed to your channel, but I haven't rang a dang the bell. Okay, so let me ring a ding the bell, and I'm going to share your link in the chat. And Dakota Collins. I don't think I've heard of that. I'm going to have to check that out, Joe. Let me write it down. Dakota Collins. All right, I will check it out. And you just now got the notification any old time. See, YouTube, what the hell are you doing? Step it up, dang it. Step it up. Okay, I'm going to drop it in the chat so that everybody can go subscribe to Nancy Marie so that we can see her video that she's going to share Monday night. That's tomorrow night because now it's Sunday. Let's do it this way. Select all, copy, boop. There we go. All right. Hi, Rosebud. I think that the area of Sebastian was going west, leading to I-65 is the direction also to Memphis, from what I can see on the map. Oh, Rosebud. Really? Okay, now I'm going to have to look. So Rosebud said, I think that theory of Sebastian going west, leading to I-65. Well, he was saying going west on I-65 is the direction also to Memphis from what I see on the map. Same route that Chris may take, which is most familiar to Chris, just struck me weird. Very interesting. You've made posts any old time. I have looked at your channel. I'll share your link too. I have subscribed to your channel. It says you only have 1 subscriber. We're going to change that. So any old time has shared information about Brian Koberger on the community post. So let me get this, and then we're going to get back into this video, this phone call, because we're almost done with it. I had to catch up with you guys. Like I had to pause it. I let it play for a very long time and bit my tongue, and I'm proud of myself, but I had to pause so that we can discuss a lot of this. There we go. Okay. Nisi Marie does not do live streams. Okay. We got you, girl. We got you. But I'm going to look at the map because I'm curious about it too. Now, he has a reason. He's going to explain to us why he believes that they went west. And like I said, it's a 50-50 chance. If they got on on I-65, that they would go west instead of east. But he's going to explain to us why he believes that. Okay, so let me take this down and get back over here. All right, and we'll go back because I want to hear. Okay, so he feels like he walked to Long Hollow Pike. So I'm going to document this. Long Hollow Pike because I want to look at it on the map. Okay.
And he got picked up in a car and they headed westbound. on Long Hollow Pike.
Wow.
And westbound goes to I-65. Now, there's a license plate reader on Long Hollow Pike that goes, if you're traveling east.
Okay, so I was wrong. Correction. I thought he was saying it was on I-65, but no, it was on Long Hollow Pike on the way to I-65. So if he went westbound, he would end up on I-65, right? I wouldn't be able to tell stories about my child without getting choked up. Janine, right. I heard her pause like she didn't know what else to say, but I never heard her stop because she was choked up. I agree. Okay, let me see. Tina girl, I agree with that. I feel like Terry Bowersox, who is a complete asshole and a liar, in my opinion. I think I proved that with my BHB video that I made because he was following her. She followed him after he went by her twice. And if he was so concerned about his safety, why wouldn't he have stopped the first time when he drove past when there was a police officer standing at the back of her car talking to her? Why wouldn't he have stopped and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Police Officer, this woman has been stalking me and I feel like I'm in danger. Can you please talk to her about that?" No, he drove right on past and waited for the police officer to leave. And then he drove past again, stopped and took a picture of her license plate, and then kept on going. So bullshit. I call bullshit on his, "Oh, I'm just an old man that she's stalking." Bullshit, in my opinion, allegedly. I already took my picture down, but you know it's there, okay? And I don't believe that whole pity me story. And as for the purchase online, he used his app. He didn't go in and check out with a human or anything. He used his phone to check out on 4 items inside the store, which means he could have driven past the first time, ran inside, grabbed 4 packs of gum, rang it up on his phone, and went out the door. Got right back in his car and parked right by her so he could see when the officer was gone, because the officer was there with BHB for a while. And then as soon as the officer left, he's like, "Okay, I'm on drive by again so I can get a picture of her license plate." Why? Because he wants people to look her up. In my opinion, allegedly, he wasn't expecting her to chase his ass down. I wasn't either, to be honest. But as for Kathy, I don't think Kathy was a big fan at all. I felt like Terry liked Sebastian more than Kathy did, and that's just in my opinion. Okay, in my opinion. Right, YouTuber, from Nina's word, from her story, Terry and Kathy threatened them with a baseball bat. I mean, and that was just one thing that they threatened, right? So, and it's allegedly, it's coming from Nina. We didn't see it for ourselves, but I mean, 2 + 2 is 4. All right. Joe Neal, there's one channel that I can't even watch. I used to watch them, but lately their stories about children have gotten so gory that I can't stomach it anymore. And, I used to force myself to watch. Oh my gosh. Can you name the channels? Because I cannot think of what they are right now. It's 4:00 in the morning. There's 2 of them that I can think of right off the bat. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I used to tell myself I can listen to what happened to them because they had to endure it, right? Like, I'm not living through it like they did. I'm only hearing what happened to that child. But the one channel I can't stomach it. I mean, I can't. No human should be forced to endure the disgusting, demonic shit that adults think that they can do to one another, but also to children, to innocent, helpless children. I think if you hurt a child, especially in a demonic way, I think they should be put in front of the firing squad, period. No questions asked. If it has been proven, factually proven, without a single sliver of a doubt, shoot him straight in the heart. Yes, the misery machine. Thank you. That one is the one that I cannot handle. I cannot handle. The other one is like, it's 3 letters. And I cannot think of it for the life of me. I'm telling you, I'm having a brain fart. But that's the other one that I started out watching when, I first created this channel. Old popcorn proof said prove it, and I proved it, Tina girl. I proved that shit. I proved it. Yeah. They sure want their granddaughter, right? I quit on the crazy Canadian psychic. I don't know who that is. Janine, I don't know. I shop at Walmart online because they deliver. I-65 to, I think, 40 goes right into Memphis. I would bet that's CP's route to Memphis. A familiar route wasn't coming up in conversation regarding the theory. Just a thought. It's a good thought, Rosebud. It's a good thought. I want to look at the map too. The Joy Lady? Oh, I think I watched her once. I think I know who you're talking about. No, not EWU. No, not that one. I'm gonna have to find it because now it's gonna drive me crazy. All right, Annie. I like Annie Elise. I like her. She has blossomed, blown up. Holy moly! I remember she didn't even have 100,000 subscribers. I think I was watching her when she hit 50,000 subscribers. I like her. But okay, and Nisi Marie said, to any creators that wants these videos and photos, you are welcome to use them. Please share, or you can make your own video. She is doing this for Sebastian. And to get EC shaking in his boots. Mr. Craddock? Are you trying to alert Mr. Craddock, Nisi Marie? Is that what you're saying? Mr. Craddock, knock, knock, knock. No, it's not an Indian British guy. A redhead gal. That's the misery machine. That one is one of them. But there's another one. I'll find it. I'm gonna have to find it. I want to say it's like A. It starts with an A. It's 3 letters, and I want to say it starts with an A. I keep thinking AWP, but I know that's not it. That's AWP, Adventures with Purpose. So I know it's not that, but it's 3 letters like that. Okay. Are we ready? Here we go.
Eastward. So if you're coming from Billettsville, going toward Gallatin down Long Hollow Pike, there's a license plate reader right there. And 76 cars from the hours of midnight to 6 a.m. were registered on that LPR.
Okay. Wow.
So all of those cars have been accounted for. Now, what has not been accounted for is if you were traveling westbound, so if you were going from Gallatin to Goodlettsville, the one camera that could have picked anything up was not working, hadn't been working for 3 years. And that's at Long Hollow Pike and New Shackle, right there at the corner by the school.
Wow.
It hasn't worked for 3 years. Now, whether or not they're going to work it now, I don't know, but it hadn't worked for 3 years. So anybody going, like I said, westbound down Long Hollow Pike could have picked up Sebastian, picked him in a car, hauled butt down to I-65, and you'd never know.
That was our second. This morning we were talking. We've been on it all day again, but and we talked. Our first one, of course, is he wandered off. The second one is we talked about a sex offender or somebody, just a crime of opportunity.
Yeah, see, I mean that's all I have to go on. I mean, you know, all of Sebastian's shoes are accounted for. So this is what's going to kind of throw you off a little bit. Sebastian, you know, all of his shoes are at the house.
Right.
All of my shoes are accounted for. All of Katie's shoes are accounted for. So Sebastian walking out in the middle of the woods, I struggle with that one because Sebastian was not a tomboy. Yeah, he really wasn't. I mean, I know this is going to sound crazy, but a fly, spiders, even like a Charlotte spider, you know, Sebastian freaks out. That's not him. Now, granted, we used to have snakes, and he was all about the ball pythons. He was all about that. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
But insects, no.
God love his heart. God love
He was not a kid that liked to get out there in the dirt and play with cars and trucks and Tonka toys like we all used to do as kids, back when kids could be kids, you know?
Okay, so right here he's talking about Sebastian, right? This is like the only part of the conversation that he talks about Sebastian. Now, going back to the license plate reader, did you notice that? Like, the one going east was working, and all of those cars have been accounted for. They've all been checked, right? But the ones going westbound are unknown because that one hasn't been working for 3 years. Right. No 15-year-old is playing with Tonka trucks, right? You really, Niecy Marie? Oh, girl. I'm interested in that because, you know, I dissected that video. I dissected the 7-second accidental video twice. And then I also compared the picture to the video in a second video that I made. So I'm very interested in that. Will you email me the picture? Or email me the link to your video at like as soon as you get it done? Because I would like to see that. I can't either, Billy. I can't either. Little Miss Sharon is still here. Right. He wasn't a tomboy. Like, I feel like, and I've said this before, I feel like Sebastian was not allowed to be himself when Chris was in the house. When Chris was at work, he could be more of himself, but he's still like, he was still there with Katie. I feel like when he was with Seth, he got to be his total self. You know, like, he was allowed to be himself when he was with Seth, if that makes more sense. And I'm sure you guys understand what I'm saying. I just feel like Chris was a drill sergeant. He was like, there wasn't a lot of love there. you know? Yeah, they had bonding moments, and I'm sure Sebastian strived for those moments. I'm sure that he yearned for those moments with Chris because he had those moments with Seth. Good night, Carol. Sweet dreams. I'm not going to be too far behind you. We're going to end this soon. I just, yeah, we've been live for 3.5 hours. Oh. And you know what, Tina girl? If he did, I guarantee that would have been looked down upon. Now, Chris wouldn't tell us that, in my opinion. I don't think he would tell us that. I think he would say he would love him no matter what. I don't believe that. I believe Chris is very strict in his rules, in his beliefs, in his acceptance. And I feel like Sebastian didn't live up to what he expected, what he demanded, and I catch my husband doing it sometimes with my son. He'll say stuff like, I just don't understand why you don't like to da 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 da. And I'm like, just because you did doesn't mean he has to. I don't understand why you don't love mushrooms and onions. Okay. Well, because they're gross. No, they're not. They're freaking delicious. All right. See how different we are? We have different tastes. We have different preferences. Don't judge me because I love me some mushrooms and onions, and I won't judge you because you don't love mushrooms and onions. And, that's helped him open his eyes a little bit, giving him an example of, then it's like, okay, I see. I don't know. I feel like Chris wouldn't do that. His blinders are on, period, point blank. I don't see it any other way. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't try to get me to change my mind. I am set in my ways. I've been this way for however old he is. And if you disagree with me, I'm going to put you in your place. And I'm going to tell you that you couldn't get eggplant in an eggplant field. Because that's what he said. Mm-hmm. Disgusting. Okay. Right. Living in fear. Right. I don't think he enjoyed being around Chris, except for in those moments where they did bond. Chris talked about they would go outside when Sebastian would get frustrated out of earwaves of mom, and he was allowed to say whatever he needed to say. He was allowed to cuss. He was allowed to go off. I think that's a good thing. If that really did happen, that was a good thing. At least they let him release his frustrations, right? Oh, any old time you leave the ranch off and I'm down, okay? I love mushrooms and onions smothering anything. Oh, I love it. They ask him a question, he starts to answer about his theories, and he gets to a certain point as if he's saying too much, and he resorts to another subject about not liking bugs. Good point, Rosebud. Good point. Okay, hold on. I want to go back. That is a really good point. Let's see, where are we? We're at 45, 41. Okay, so let's go back about a minute.
Sebastian, all of his shoes are at the house.
Right. Oh, wait, he talked about the shoes first. Okay, let's go back a little bit further because I want to hear his where he's talking about the license plate reader. Okay, it's right here. All right. Okay, right here. I want to listen to this all straight through. Hold the mushrooms. Aussie, if you want to hold the mushrooms, that's okay. I will take your mushrooms, okay? You can put your mushrooms on the side, and I'll take them and use them on mine. I just made Philly cheesesteak sandwiches last night. Oh my gosh, they were so good. And instead of buying, like, usually I'll buy a kit where it's all come together. I bought the prime rib, thin sliced prime rib, and fresh mushrooms, fresh onions, the mozzarella cheese, the wheat hoagie buns. Oh my goodness, it was so good. But it's funny because I have to do it half and half. You know, when I fix my husband's, his has no onions, no mushrooms, and mine is like a little bit of meat with a shit ton of onions and mushrooms. Because that's just how I roll, okay? I eat his serving too. The army. Well, thank you for your service, Mr. Neil. Good night, Rosebud. Sweet dreams. Look at you mushroom haters in the chat. Oh my goodness. I'm not sure that we can be friends. You don't like mushrooms? I'm just teasing. But you like the onions? I don't ever pick my own mushrooms, Joe, because I don't know which ones are which. I just buy them from the store. Thank you, Leah. See, look, Leah's my best friend right now, okay? Leah is my best friend. All you others, I'm not so sure about right now. If you don't love mushrooms, I'm going to have to think about it. I'm just teasing. My husband hates them, and I love him. Take the mushrooms, but pass on green peppers. Oh, I put green peppers in it, too. Thank you, Janine. I almost forgot. I had the onions, the mushrooms, and the green peppers. One green pepper. I got one green pepper and cut it up and put it in there. Oh, my goodness. It was so yummy. I still have some of it left because it was so much. It was too much to fill my one sandwich. And so I still have some left. I'm going to have to end this stream so I can go eat the rest. Yes, green peppers. Yes. Yes. Mushrooms are delicious and full of vitamin D. They have a lot of good benefits, right? You just finished a case on death cap mushrooms.
Simple is the way it is.
I just hit my earbud. Trying to put it back in my ear. You don't like green peppers cooked? Now, see, I don't like green peppers raw. Aussie, I'm going to have to go watch that video. I haven't seen it yet. Focus. How can people eat something that is grown in shit? Hey, as long as it's washed, okay, you never know what is in that field of vegetables that you eat, right? You like corn? I think they use manure in their fertilizer in the cornfields, right? Am I right? The bean fields? The wheat fields. You think they don't throw some manure on that shit? Well, you know what I mean. Oh. All right. Squirrel. Squirrel moment. Squirrel moment. Pick them when they're yellow or red. My green pepper had a little bit of yellow. It was like not quite half yellow. It was a little over half green. But cow manure for sure. The 5-second rule. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's go here. All right. This don't taste like McDonald's. Hell no, it don't. McDonald's doesn't even taste like McDonald's anymore. What you talking about, Willis? McDonald's is gross now. I won't even eat McDonald's. Stick to going outside in the sun. Hey, vitamin D from the sun is good too, but then you have to worry about carcinoma. So, like, goodness. I know, Leah, I'm hungry. Like, I want the rest of my Philly cheesesteak now. See, thank you, any old time. Almost all veggies grown, especially organic, has some degree of manure. Wash, wash, wash. Much safer than chemical fertilizers. I agree. Thank you, any old time. Coming in with the win. High five. It's better than Crusty Flaps, Hungry Jacks. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's listen to Mr. Chris here. One more time. All in a row, without a pause. Here we go.
Yes, but go ahead.
Now, the second one, Sebastian walked out of the house. Either it was planned or he was lured out of the house or something triggered him to leave out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
And walked out of the house. I personally feel he got to Long Hollow Pike. And he got picked up in a car and they headed westbound on Long Hollow Pike.
Wow.
And westbound goes to I-65. Now, there's a license plate reader on Long Hollow Pike that goes, if you're traveling eastward, so if you're coming from Goodlettsville going toward Gallatin down Long Hollow Pike, there's a license plate reader right there. And 76 cars from the hours of midnight to 6 a.m. were registered on that LPR.
Okay. Wow.
So all of those cars have been accounted for. Now, what has not been accounted for is if you were traveling westbound, so if you were going from Gallatin to Goodlettsville,
Mm-hmm.
the one camera that could have picked anything up was not working. Hadn't been working for 3 years, and that's at Long Hollow Pike and New Shackle, right there at the corner by the school.
Wow.
It hasn't worked for 3 years now. Whether or not they're going to work it out, I don't know, but it hadn't worked for 3 years. So anybody going, like I said, westbound down Long Hollow Pike could have picked up Sebastian, picked him in a car, hauled butt down to I-65, and you'd have never known.
That was our second. This morning we were talking. We've been on it all day again, but and we talked. Our first one, of course, is he wandered off. The second one is we talked about a sex offender or somebody, just a crime of opportunity.
Yeah, see, I mean that's all I have to go on. I mean, all of Sebastian's shoes are accounted for. So this is what's going to kind of throw you off a little bit. Sebastian, all of his shoes are at the house.
Right.
All of my shoes are accounted for. All of Katie's shoes are accounted for. So Sebastian walking out in the middle of the woods, I struggle with that one because Sebastian was not a tomboy. Yeah, he really wasn't. I mean, I know this is going to sound crazy, but a fly, spiders, even like a Charlotte spider, Sebastian freaks out. That's not him. Now, granted, we used to have snakes, and he was all about the ball pythons. He was all about that. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
But insects, no.
God love his heart. God love
he was not a kid that liked to get out there in the dirt and play with cars and trucks and Tonka toys like we all used to do as kids, back when kids could be kids,
So he didn't go out into...
That's not Sebastian.
So he didn't like to go hiking or nothing like that then?
He liked hiking, but it wasn't like as we all used to do as kids where we just walk off in the woods and we just didn't care and walk our way back home. No, we used to go hiking when we lived in California down trails and stuff. I mean, all that stuff has been marked. And they're well known and stuff like that. And that stuff, yes, but not.
Yeah. Oh, bless his heart.
Okay, so wait. So I understand a little bit why he went off on his squirrel paths as he did, where he went from his theory to the license plate reader to 76 cars between midnight and 6 a.m. on February 26th going eastbound on Long Hollow Pike. So that's a new fact that we have never heard before until now. I have not heard it myself. If you have, please tell me where. But that's the first time that I've heard that. If that's true, then that would be a fact that is kind of important, right? all of those 76 cars have been accounted for, which I'm assuming that means that they have been questioned. So law enforcement went to all 76 of those drivers and accounted for their whereabouts when they were driving on Long Hollow Pike eastbound between midnight and 6 a.m. on February 26th. That's interesting. That tells me law enforcement is working hard, right? Right, and you see, that'd be the only way that he would know is if law enforcement told him that information. So that's why I say that's telling me that law enforcement, Mr. Detective Carter, is doing some shit behind the scenes, which I figured law enforcement is working harder than what we think, what we assume, and what we know, and what we will ever know. Even if there is a trial, we still will not know how hard law enforcement did work, because a lot of stuff doesn't make it to the trial, just the important timeline and like how the evidence was found, that stuff will be shown in trial, right? So I'm positive that law enforcement is doing more than we believe. That still doesn't mean that I have a whole ton of faith in Craddock. I feel like I have more faith in Carter than I do in Craddock, but I don't know. I keep going back to when Chris was on Web Sleuth's panel with the PIs with Chloe, and he tried to make the threat of having a meeting with Carter and I forget the other name, but he tried to use them as a threat against Chloe and Seth, which makes me feel like, well, we got them in our back pocket, so that makes me kind of stand back a little bit and question that a little bit. But right, either it has to be that or Chris is full of shit and making it up, right? I would think so, Witchy Mama. I would think that they would ask him if they saw anything suspicious. Like, where were you headed? Can you prove that you went there? Where were you coming from? But here's the thing. None of those 76 vehicles, the drivers are not obligated to tell law enforcement where they were going or where they were coming from. Unless they took it to a judge and got a warrant on the threat of charge of it. What would it be? Interfering with an ongoing investigation? So we'll say that all 76 people were willing to share where they were going, where they were coming from, what they saw, and validate it somehow, right? According to Chris's story. See how he changed the subject? Yeah, he did. He changed it. I followed along with it though. Like the way that he changed the subject, I followed along with it. And I do the same thing. So I don't know. Because he explained why he thought they went westbound, because the camera wasn't working going westbound. The camera was only working going eastbound. And there were 76 vehicles that were going eastbound. So I wonder how many cameras were going westbound. You would think that they would still, like on the camera, you would still be able to see westbound. You wouldn't be able to read their license plate numbers, but you would still be able to get an idea of how many vehicles went that way, right? And I'm going to have to pull up the map to see where Google Maps would recommend the trip from Hendersonville to Memphis and see if Long Hollow Pike is on there and if westbound is included in that. Is that what you did, Rosebud? Right. And from the way he explained it, right. He had to have went west because the camera wasn't working on westbound, right? Oh, I believe that too, Niecy Marie. I believe that too. And remember, he said it was 3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep, which is bullshit. Absolutely, Rosebud. We're all just speculating here. This is just speculation, just speculation. We're talking about opinions and theories and speculation and all of that. We don't have the facts. We're not law enforcement. We're not supposed to have the facts. And that's okay. That's true, Witchy Mama. There is a website where you can view the street cams. I don't know about the license plate readers. Is that the camera that they use for traffic? Does anybody know? I'm not for sure about that myself. I'll have to look into that or ask somebody who's more intelligent than I am. Unless you guys know. And I wanted to pull this up here since we're discussing it. Let me see. We'll just pop that on the screen for the time being. You think they're separate? See, I think that there's only one case that I've looked into the webcams on the roads. No, any old time there are cameras that you can pull it up because I remember Justin did it. Do you guys remember that when Justin pulled up the cameras that were like the street cams? Gosh darn it. That was so long ago when he did that. But I don't think that those are the license plate readers, though. I feel like they're separate also. But they are public. Like, you can view them live from the public standpoint. But if you want to go back in time, you have to pay for it. They might be mounted adjacent, but you can't access. Right. On the public view, you couldn't, like, they didn't have the license plate reader available to us, but you could watch the map or the camera of them driving on certain roads. Goodness, I don't even remember when Justin did that to be able to go back. Rosebud, stop it. What is up with all the threes in this case? Oh my goodness. Right. I believe that the license plate readers are law enforcement only. Yeah. But the traffic cams, those were publicly available. They could be cameras for traffic light changes as well. Maybe. I'm going to have to go back and see if I can find where Justin did that or ask him maybe where he had done it. If he has the link. Because I remember I pulled it up myself too. But I don't think I saved the website. I'll have to look. I'm going to write it down here and see if I can check. Okay. I made myself a note because if I don't write it down, I won't remember to do it. The flow of traffic. And the chance of seeing a plate on traffic cam is close to no. Well, that could be. But because I remember Justin was getting on there because he was trying to see if he could find Chris's truck on one of the roads where, like, it would have put Chris when, according to Chris's timeline, you know, like when he said he arrived home at a certain time. That's what Justin was looking for. From his doorstep to Memphis. Now, is that to where he was parking his RV? Because that's what he was talking about. From doorstep to doorstep. So from the house to the RV. But that's still crazy. Right, to St. Jude. Yeah, and remember, like, I watched you guys in chat talk about that too. Everybody thought he didn't go back to St. Jude, but he told Fred he was at St. Jude right then during this phone call. But a lot of people drove that drive also, and they said that it was not 3 hours and what do you say? What did I say? 3 hours and 37 minutes. 3 hours and 47 minutes. Whatever it was that he said. I said it earlier correctly. Whatever I said earlier. Oh my goodness, my brain is getting tired. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning. Okay, let's get back over here to this, and we're almost done. We're gonna play it out. Here we go.
Well, listen, buddy, we appreciate you calling us.
Thank you so much.
That's if it don't never go no farther than this, we've enjoyed at least and you haven't told us nothing that we didn't figure. I mean, you're exactly what I figured you would be like.
No, I got nothing to hide. I mean, me and Katie, and this is going to sound very off, but me and Katie are kidless.
Yeah.
You know, my daughter lives in New Mexico with my ex-wife, and Sebastian lived with us.
Yeah.
And we don't have either one of our kids. Well, I mean, we're guilty because we're not a Hallmark drama ETV story.
Yeah.
You know, Katie's not out there dropping to her knees in the middle of the yard, screaming and crying, and I'm not out there just ripping everybody's heads off and it's not me.
Yeah.
But don't get me wrong, I have that side.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we all do.
Does anybody expect Katie to be out in the middle of the road, dropping to her knees, screaming and crying? Does anybody expect that? I know I sure as the hell don't. But I do expect some type of authentic emotion. I do expect more verbalization. I do expect be a voice for your missing child. Right, little Miss Sharon? In the morning, drive before traffic. You can get there faster. Wee hours in the morning. Any old time, I bet Nina absolutely agrees with you. Ooh, buddy. And this is what got my attention. That is what the neighbor said Katie did on camera. Oh, that's right, Janine. That's right. The neighbor said that they heard her, like, let out a squeal, like a shrieking scream. Right? But it's not a Hallmark movie, okay? Katie's not gonna go out in the middle of the road and make a show for everybody to record And she's not going to get on any panels and talk about her missing child either, okay? Don't expect so much. Stop it. And Chris isn't going to go out there and do whatever he just said. I don't even remember. That's how dumb it was. 3 hours of sleep. Oh, any old time you go get some rest. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out. It was so good to chat with you. And I hope that you have the sweetest dreams. Good night. It struck me weird that he used that as the second theory. Very detailed. It's his route to Memphis. It's familiar to him and he used it as a theory. Just weird. Right. But remember, his first set of theories was either he's going to come home and need a whole lot of therapy, or I can't even say it. Like, I can't even say the words that he said. Or Sebastian isn't alive. Okay? But his theory is he got in a car. He walked down to Long Hollow Pike and got in a car and went, just so happens to be, he went in a car westbound because there were no cameras to record the westbound theory. He couldn't have gone eastbound because there was a camera there. I wonder if he's ever questioned Katie. And, so another case that I'm going to cover soon in great detail is Dylan Redwine's case. I know we've talked about that case a lot. That is an older case. Dylan went to spend Thanksgiving with his biological father, and his biological father took his life. Then waited until the next evening when Dylan's mother couldn't get a hold of him and reached out to his father. And his father said, well, I went and ran some errands this morning, and when I came home, he was gone and all of his stuff was gone. I don't know where he is. That's when he was reported missing. Now, during the many years that it took for Dylan to be found and to get justice, Elaine, Dylan's mom, was accusing Mark, Dylan's piece of shit monster for a father. She boldly accused him of doing something to Dylan. Boldly enough that Mark ended up trying to tried to file a lawsuit against Elaine because she was so bold in saying Mark did something to Dylan. The lawsuit didn't work, and Mark was later found guilty and is in prison for the rest of his shitty ass life. And I use that word on purpose. Yes, part of his skull was found, and then later more of his bones were found first, and then his skull, part of his skull. And Mark had told one of his sons that they would have to find his head to find the cause of death. And he was sure that they wouldn't find it. And then so happened 2 hikers were hiking and they found it. Now, it took 9 years. 9. 7, 8, 9. 9 years for Dylan to get justice. But he finally did it. He got it. Elaine, Corey, his brother, they never stopped. Elaine's husband, I can't remember his name right off the top of my head, but they never stopped. Law enforcement never stopped. They kept going. They kept hitting brick walls, but then they would get a sliver of something and they would jump on it like fly on shit. And I use that word on purpose. And if you know why I keep using the word shit, then you know Dylan's case. Man. Okay. Yeah, Loma Sharon, I hope it doesn't either. I hope it doesn't either. There's no reason for that. And that's so not fair to Seth. That's why Sebastian's name and face and case needs to be talked about more. And I hope that Chris and Katie see it. And, well, let me say, I hope that whoever is responsible for Sebastian vanishing, I hope they see it and it eats their soul away every single time. So we started this live stream out because of Fred talking about putting Sebastian's name and face on every screen possible. His parents getting on every microphone, every camera possible. Spreading Sebastian's name and face. Because whoever did this, if they have any type of soul, it would eat at their soul. Then he proceeded to explain that he asked Chris to do an interview with them, and Chris said he would ask Katie, and then he never heard back from them. So why be silent? Why be silent? 2 + 2 = 4. It always does. So is the 2 and the 2 that Katie's being silent because she doesn't want to see Sebastian's face plastered everywhere? I mean, she says she does. But words are so cheap. And actions will always outspeak words. Always. Another thought is Long Hollow Pike West, the same area where he was searching with Crabtree and Cletus, and gave the thought of maybe he got hit by a car. Rosebud, you know what? I don't know. I only saw a clip of that. I couldn't watch it. It was fake, in my opinion. It was for the YouTubians. In my opinion, I think that Chris was only out there to search, to be on camera, to make it look like he was doing shit. I haven't heard of him searching before that nor after that. So I didn't watch it, but I don't know where they were. Wes from Very On. Now, I do remember, Rosebud, when he was asked, he was doing an interview on one of the channels. Not one that I would name, I guess. I believe it was that one. And they said, where would you suggest to search? Like, if people were going to go search now, where would you suggest? Didn't he say north? So maybe southeast would be the best way to go, right? What is southeast? Read between, or listen between the words. Same as read between the lines, right? We have to listen between the words. Because I believe in all of the stories that are being told, there is a sliver of truth, because then it's harder to detect a lie. If you just tell a bold-faced lie, it's easier to detect that. But if you add a sliver of truth in there, then it makes it more believable. So we have to listen, like pay attention. All right. Okay, we're almost done here. We're going to keep on going now. Sorry, I keep pausing, but ooh, I love talking it out with you guys.
And I think that's what's yeah. And hi, buddy, we're
praying for you.
Yeah, we're praying for you. That's for sure. And we feel for you, feel for both of you, and just wish you the best. And if we can ever do anything, we're a phone call away.
On a funny note, Katie didn't understand when somebody brought it up to us that y'all were looking, and she goes, "Well, the Hatfields and McCoys are involved now." And I said, "In what capacity?" Yeah, because I said, "It could be a good thing, it could be a bad thing. It just kind of depends." Yeah. What do you mean? I said, "Do you not know the history of the Hatfield, the McCoys?" And she goes, "No." I was like, "Oh my God." Yeah. So that's probably one of the longest running family feuds in the entire history of the world. Yeah. And I'm both. And she was like, "What?" I said, "Oh, it's a deadly feud. Yeah. Yes. It's not a well, you called me a name and I'm gonna call." No, people were killed between the Hatfields and McCoys. Oh. And this was back in Prohibition days, and she was like, "Huh?" I said, "Yeah." Bless your heart, you don't know the history. She's like, "No." Yeah. She's like, "I know they got a museum in Gatlinburg." I said, My great grandmother was Nancy Hatfield. My great grandfather was Asa McCoy. I'm actually both. And that's where we were born and raised. That Sheila and I. I'm actually
Preacher aunts with your great.
We're related. I mean, I'm right down the line with DNA and all. That's another thing that gets me with your all's cases. Over the years, Sheila and I we have these Hatfields come out and McCoys, and they say I'm related here. I'm related. And first thing I done was take a DNA years ago to show people. But these people to this day have never taken a DNA, but they claim to be. Well, if you are who you say you are, there's easy things out there to do. And Sheila and I have really our investigative skills. And, again, what we done over there was God. Right. We was in those woods for 6 days. I went in a sinner that I never thought I would be able to straighten up because I had gotten hard with 40 years of police work. I was hard. I'd seen things and done things and God, in those 6 days between him and Sheila, he softened me. And everybody thought, and they think that we solved that case. God solved that. God
showed us where to go.
God led us to those birds, and then Sheila's nose to that. I don't know if you've seen that video or not. It's on our YouTube where we've actually found the body while we're live streaming, and that was God, and it just changed my whole life. Now the next thing we hear is look for Sebastian Rogers. We'd never heard of Sebastian. At first we kept just pushing aside because we're not. That was God. That wasn't us. We didn't do nothing special. And but then after a while, we got up one morning, and that's the day we come down there. Sheila said, "What are we going to do today?" or something like that. And I said, you want to drive down to Henderson? We done said we wasn't going to go. And we ended up in Hendersonville. We ended up going up that graveyard, and we ended up just trying to see if God leads us here, leads us there. And none of us, God's got a plan in life, no matter what it is. We're not going to change what his plan is, but at least we can go where we think we need to be and do what we can. Maybe the cops know something that they're not telling everybody. I don't know, but it certainly isn't in nothing that Sheila and I have seen. And we got on there the other night, and we put it out there and said, hey, we'd like to talk to the parents. There's two sides to every story. There's three sides. This, you got Seth, you got you and Katie, and then you've got what really happened to Sebastian. So
see, the problem with a lot of people out there doing this is they let that alligator mouth overload their little tadpole behinds.
Well, that's true.
And my question to everybody is when you eat crow, do you prefer mustard or just straight?
Yeah.
Because when the truth comes out,
and that's what
wrong.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I can't wait to hear the apologies. Now, will we ever get them? Probably.
If you.
Okay. Hold on. How is he so positive that anybody will eat crow? How is he so positive? He wasn't home. He was not home, right? He was not at his house on the night of February 25th. He was not there. So how is he so sure that anybody would be eating crow? Because if he is this oblivious and he truly believes that Katie wouldn't do anything and he's not a part of it, okay, let's look at that scenario, right? Let's look at the scenario of he and Katie were on the phone after they hung up, something happened. Okay, just a scenario, right? This is just a scenario. Hold on. Let's get back over here. Just a scenario. Theory and speculation, right? So Chris is out of town at work. He's on the phone with Katie until almost midnight. They hang up. Sebastian's still awake. He's in his bedroom, just playing around, fooling around, whatever. Katie gets pissed, goes in there, starts yelling at him, get your ass in bed. You're supposed to already be asleep. It's a school night. Something happens. Sebastian hits his head and never stands back up again. I don't know how there would be 2 flashlights without Katie calling somebody else for assistance. I don't see how Katie would be able to move Sebastian on her own. But let's say that she did. Okay? Let's say that she did. Chris would never know. I mean, look at how many spouses are murdered by their own spouse. Well, he was such a great person. I would have never thought he would have done that to his own wife. He treated her like a queen. It's possible, right? It's possible. I don't either, Janine. I don't either. Aussie, you think that he was home? I know a lot of people do. I don't think he was there. I really don't. I think that she called him because it was an emergency. And he walked her through what to do. Now, I'm curious about their phone calls because I know that there were allegedly additional phones. I also noticed so the Texas Roadhouse footage, it has still been dissected. Oh my goodness, I am so tired. What is the channel that has been dissecting the Roadhouse footage? Oh my gosh, I feel so bad because I don't remember. They're on TikTok too, and I watch them on TikTok too. Gosh darn it. The last one that I watched was where the yellow coat person, the yellow coat guy, went inside and walked out at the same time as Katie and Sebastian. And it looked like Katie handed a phone to the yellow coat guy. No, not on Mob Crew. Not on Mob Crew. It's another channel that, Hindsight. It looked like Katie handed a phone to the guy in the yellow jacket. And then when she got in her car, before she pulled away, she put earbuds in both of her ears. So that would make sense, right? And Voices of Truth? No, it's Hindsight. Is Hindsight 20, what is it, 2020 or 2002? Let me look, because I know that one. I was still looking for the channel that I was talking about earlier that tells the stories about children. And one of the letters is C. Oh my goodness, it's on the tip of my tongue. See, look, I'm still struggling with it. I think C is the last letter. But let me get down here. I'm pretty sure it's hindsight. E, F, G, H, 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 H. I am subscribed to a lot of channels. Hidden True Crime. Hindsight 2002. Yes. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you. And right, it looked like she put one in each ear though, right? So that means, like, if that's true, if the yellow coat guy and the green hoodie person, they weren't together though. The green hoodie person was not with the yellow coat guy. So, everybody was so suspicious of the green hoodie guy because it definitely looked like they swapped something as Katie was going to get in her car, because the green hoodie person stood over beside the car for over 2 minutes waiting on them to come out. But the yellow coat guy went inside. Oh, they're the same channel? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I'm sorry. I've never heard them called Voices of Truth. Did they change their channel name? Or is that like one of their handle is Voices of Truth? YouTube is messing with people. In some chats, it's your handle. In other chats, like my chat right now is showing your names. But like, I know when I went into Brittany's chat the other day, it was handles, like everybody's handles. And I'm like, who the heck are you people? Distraction. It could be Aussie. Yeah, it could be. But you mean the GHG, the phone? Right, Deborah? It's like YouTube doesn't know what the hell they're doing. They're trying, but they don't know. They have no idea. They're jacking with us, and it's irritating. And I will say, if your handle is your name, your legal name, please change it. Please, 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 please change your handle. And you can do that on your phone and on a computer in your settings, in your YouTube settings. So please change it. Do not dox your name. Do not give out your real legal name, your government name. Don't do that. There are monsters all around us. Okay? Protect yourself. Protect your privacy. But what does GHG stand for, Nisi? Is that are you saying green hoodie guy? They have 2 others on there with Hindsight, Mama Marissa and BMW Coupe. They use Hindsight's channel to go live. Yes, Janine, I saw that they started going live, and I saw Mama Marissa was on there. The only time that I had seen Mama Marissa was on her TikTok when she had made her first videos where she was explaining about something that happened between her and another YouTuber. YouTube is trying to weed out the false handles, and that's good because there's a lot of trolls out there. But it's confusing because a lot of like mine matches. My channel is Spirit Seeker Squad with spaces, so it's 3 words. And then my handle is Spirit Seeker Squad with no spaces. So mine are the same, but it's hard to tell who's who. I heard they were going to all handles into phases to make one live chat not have 600 Mrs. Smiths and also to make it more verifiable who's in chat, so no changing names to pretend to be someone else. That is a good idea because a lot of people do that. Which sometimes that's funny when you go in a chat and you see somebody who changes it to be funny, you know, like to try to, I don't know, mimic what the creator was just talking about, or a joke that they just told or something, you know. Like I've seen like Ben George. We all know who Ben George is, right? So I've seen Ben George's upper thigh. You know, like things like that. You know, like they'll change their name to like mimic or joke around with, or, you know, whatever. It's 11 letters long. But that's good. You don't want to use your real name on anything. If you have Facebook, shut it down so nobody else can look. Think about it. Think about the monsters we talk about on here. You know, look at Stephen Stearns. Look at how much nasty, vile shit he had on his phone. You don't want that to be utilized from your Facebook page, right? Like my husband was just talking about earlier, you know, he was like, man, I promise if you went live and showed our grandbaby, you'd have tons of people in there because she is just so stinking cute. And I said, I know, but can you imagine? I would never do that to her. I'm not going to put her adorable face on social media, for no offense to anybody in chat, because I'm not talking about you guys, because you guys are awesome. Hi, Faye. But I'm not putting her face on social media so that some nasty, disgusting, vile fucking Chester can save her picture or her video and add it to their collection. I'm not doing it. I'm not. So I will never. Anytime I share images or videos of my grandbaby, it will be protected. You might see an ear, you might see an eyebrow, you know, something like that. That's it. I might even let a dimple show through, you know, but otherwise, nope. Not doing it. And it's disgusting that we even have to be concerned about that. But this is true crime, right? We know the monsters that are out there. So, anywho, so protect yourself, protect your name. Ivan is there? Oh, Faye, that's funny. I bet Ivan is adorable. He won't be adorable to them, but he would be adorable. But yeah, no, I suggest protect your identity as much as possible. That's why, like my Facebook, I made a YouTube Facebook. My private Facebook will always be private. Like that, I don't share that on my channel. I don't share that. Like that's just for my family and friends, you know. It's kept completely separate. So always protect yourself. But okay, so what do you guys think about the yellow? What do you think about the Roadhouse? Are you still suspicious of the green hoodie guy, or are you suspicious of the yellow raincoat jacket guy, or are you not suspicious of either one of them? Do you think that the Roadhouse video is irrelevant? Sorry. What is your opinion on that? And I'm going to hop back over here. And I'm still shocked by him saying that he is so like confident that anybody except for him is going to eat crow. I'm just surprised. The green hoodie guy, red flags. Green hoodie guy, yes. The yellow, no. So, okay, have you guys seen that video that I'm talking about where it looks like Katie handed the yellow coat guy a phone? Absolutely, Faye. All of this is, in my opinion, allegedly, possibly, maybe, that we've been speculating and theorizing all night. See, right here. It's in our opinion, period. Okay? That's what this whole thing is. We're discussing the case. Nothing is written in stone. Because we don't know. Nobody knows. So, yeah, you saw it. It makes me suspicious. After seeing that video, it really made me suspicious. And a lot of the Roadhouse footage, I've been like, no, not so much. You haven't seen it? Hold on, and I'll get the channel. Let's see. So it's on Hindsight. Okay, see, and the voices of whatever you guys said it was earlier. Look, I am so tired. It's 5:21 in the morning. It's not showing up on here. The handle is Hindsight 2002, and that's the channel name too. So I had no idea. Okay, so this is Hindsight 2002, and their channel and their link. And I know that I saw it on their TikTok, so I'm assuming it's on their YouTube channel also. But they showed when Yellow Hoodie walked out, or not Yellow Hoodie, Yellow Coat walked out of Texas Roadhouse and held the door open for Katie and Sebastian. And it looked like Katie handed a phone to the Yellow Coat guy. And then Katie goes over and talks to the Green Hoodie guy for a while Sebastian stands there. She unlocks the car, they get in, and it looks like she puts earbuds in both of her ears before she starts the car or before she backs out. One of the two. But Janine, I don't think that there were a bunch of people involved. That's what I'm thinking. I think it was one of those two or both. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I got to put this in the link in the chat. Or Chris called somebody, which I could see Mama and Papa rushing right over, or even his sister, that was, trying to kill Nina. Like I could see them helping. So I feel like it's something along those lines, possibly, I could see those being possibilities. I think that a big enough deal has been made about private facilities. Must have been something. Okay, you think that a big enough deal has been made about Roadhouse being out of the question or irrelevant, that there must be something relevant about them. See, I can't rule it out factually yet. Like there's been, even with law enforcement coming out and putting out the statement that they've verified who the Green Hoodie person was. They said that they spoke to the Green Hoodie person that day. The same day that they put the news release out. So how did they verify anything? What did they verify? Like I don't know. That just seemed very suspicious to me, but that didn't rule out the Yellow Coat guy. And I'm pretty sure I saw somebody say that they knew who the Yellow Coat guy was for a fact. And then there was another channel who came out and said, no, that's not who that is. This is who that is. You're dumb. Shut up. And, it became this big drama thing. So nobody knows exactly who it is, in my opinion, because they both were so sure that they were both so right. But they both can't be right, Okay. We're almost finished. Here we go. Actually, let me go back. Let me see. I'm going to rewind. Alligator mouth. I'd never heard that saying that he just said there either. So we're going to hear that one more time too.
Is they let that alligator mouth overload their little tadpole behinds.
Well, that's true.
And my question to everybody is when you eat crow, do you prefer mustard or just straight?
Yeah.
Because when the truth comes out.
Oh, and I prefer just for future reference, okay, if I ever do have to eat crow, which I don't think that I will because I've never said anything factually. I've always said that it's my opinion or allegedly, okay? But if I would ever have to eat crow, I want it smothered in mushrooms and onions. Thank you. Okay. Anywho. He said alligator mouths and tadpole behinds. What's up, Janae? Janae Machete is here. Hi, Janae. Good morning. Jennifer Coffendorfer said something interesting about the Texas Roadhouse, but inside there was a person very interested in Sebastian and Katie eating. I kind of remember that, Faye. I kind of remember that. Aussie, you can have your crow smothered in whatever your heart desires, okay? He asked what was our favorite, so tell him. What do you want on your crow if you ever have to eat crow, okay? He's taking orders. He didn't tell us what he wanted on his crow. But I'm sure that that's because he's going to be serving his own crow. I believe this one local who knew the man that was suspected to be Yellow Coat said it wasn't him. Oh. Okay, but Janine, here's the thing. Until the actual Yellow Coat guy comes out and says, hey, that's me. I was there. Here's my yellow coat. How do we know who it really is? Like, you know, unless the person comes forward and says it was me, right? You want mustard and cheese. See? Aussie wants melted cheese. Little Miss Sharon said Chris might be eating some prison crow. Okay. I heard there's something about that prison crow that's a little bit sour. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, here we go.
Oh, and that's what. Yeah.
I can't wait. I can't wait to hear the apologies. Now, will we ever get them? Probably.
If you ever, you all talk, and if you ever want, we're here. We will do anything we can for you. You know, we've got some questions. I don't care to let Sheila take a snapshot of them and send them to you. You can see our questions, and you know what?
I mean, we can't even go to church without being photographed.
Yeah.
That's sad.
That was one of our questions. Do you all go to church?
Yeah. Yes, sir. We try to go when we can.
It's free.
The problem is, even at our church, that people, you would think that people are supposed to be there for the right reasons.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they might be, but they still need to do a lot of digging and a lot of searching to find the goodness. Yeah. Because people go online as soon as church is over. They were at church today. How dare they show their face? How dare you? Yeah. Like, and what gives you the right to say that? You know, I can't be at church. What gives you the right to say that? Yeah. You know. Yeah.
I arrested a guy's son one night for DUI. We went to the same church for years, and I thought he loved us, made over. It's like I was the chief of police and went to church that next Sunday, that morning, Saturday night. I arrested his son and come in there and reach out, shake hands like we'd done for years, and turned his back on me. And I thought, wow, and me, no way I would lie or fib or anything on his son. He knew his son was guilty, but it was like I may have kept his son from getting killed or killing somebody that night, drunk. But that was the last time that I was in that church. It was just, it really broke my heart. But so I don't know. Don't, buddy, it says a personal relationship. We're to have a personal, you're sitting there in that loader. You can sit there and talk to the good Lord and have as good as you can in any church. So just don't let that get you down.
Well, we've started doing this. Actually, so a gentleman from, I think it was North or South Carolina. He reached out to me, and he's a pastor. And we talked through messages, Facebook Messenger. He's got us doing this grievance course.
Oh, wow.
He's got a workbook and a journal, and there's videos, and we're fixing to start getting into this grievance course.
Sure.
And I told Kay, I said, maybe we should do this. I said, regardless of the outcome.
Yeah.
I said, we're always grieving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a good thing.
Maybe this just might be a way to ease it. Maybe, I don't know. I said, but we got to try something.
Yeah. Sheila lost her father 2 months ago, and a month later, she lost her only sister. And then a couple of weeks later, we find that body over there, and so she had it rough for. So yeah, that can't hurt. Anything like that's got to be try to stay on the straight and narrow, and think positive, pray, and that's all you can do in something like this. I wouldn't want to be where you're at. I know that.
Bless your heart.
But this is my cell phone number. You can call me, text me, whatever. A lot of times if I don't answer, I'll send a text message back or whatever.
We'll try not to bother you.
Yeah,
No, you're fine. Trust me.
Yeah.
You are fine.
Well, we've enjoyed it. We definitely enjoy our conversation. We was coming back this yesterday, and we got to we went over and covered. I don't know if you've seen that lady that killed her mother and then cut her arms and legs off and her head and put her in the oven and all that. Have you seen that in Kentucky?
Yeah.
We covered that, and on our way back, we our Hummer broke down. Our number 3 plug or something, coil or something went out, so it's in the shop. And because we were coming back down there just to look around and just to,
but near the manholes, though, to see about that.
All that stuff has changed so much since. Hey, Chris, would there be any bears out in February? Would that be too early for bear, or do y'all have a bear population there?
So there's been one sighting of a bear, and we don't have bears normally in our area. If we do, it's very, very rare.
Okay.
We have more coyotes, deer, foxes. Small stuff. Most of the bears going to be out east.
Okay. That was our question.
Yeah.
No, don't take this the wrong way, but if I'm walking through the woods, I'm not going without having a gun.
Sure.
Well, if something does come upon something, it's.
Well, we do too.
Yeah, we're the same way. So.
But like I said, when we're out searching, we've got that PI, Steve Fisher. He's with us. We got a couple of locals who we trust. They go out looking with us, and most of us all have drones.
Sure.
So, and we all try to utilize whatever sources we got to do whatever searching we can.
Well, listen, we're going to let you get off here, and it's been great talking to you. You know what we'd like to do, so if you and Katie ever decide, you give us a call or a text, and we're at your convenience.
Anytime you need to, sir, like I said, reach out. And I'll be talking to Katie here in a little while. I'm probably going to get off work. And then that way she'll let me know. And we'll discuss it. She'll probably be up for it.
Sure. She'll love Sheila.
We're praying for you all, so.
You tell her that Sheila's got her in her prayers, both of you.
I haven't stopped praying.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We need all the ones we can get.
That's right. Well, Chris, you be safe out there on that equipment, buddy, and good talking to you.
Likewise, sir. Thank you so much.
And call me Fred, Chris. Ain't no sir. It's Fred, pal.
I can call you, sir.
You take it easy, buddy.
You too, sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
What'd you think, guys? What'd you think? That was Chris Proudfoot. Help me out, babe.
Yeah.
I know all kinds of people that's got similar names,
And
Sebastian and Jaden and Chris, and I know other people in life, and they've got different. And I put that last name of theirs
with a different
instead of his. Yeah, I'm all messed up.
Okay.
Chris said he would check with Katie about the interview.
Yeah, he said he was open to it, but he would run it by her to see what she
That's right.
thought or would do.
That's right.
Wanted to do.
Later, Katie declined. Crickets. Now, right now.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, hello? What the heck happened? What happened? Oh my goodness. Okay. I've been sitting here talking and talking and talking and talking. What the heck? And then I saw Deborah said muted, and I was like, muted? What? I'm not muted. My microphone is lit up. Like, what happened? All I did, well, I switched out my earbuds that I was listening to, the stream that I'm sharing. I have earbuds in, so because my family's asleep and stuff, and I switched out earbuds. So I guess when I put my earbud in the case and closed it, it must have done something. I don't know what happened, how that would happen though. That's crazy. Okay, well, I'm back. Okay, what the, oh my gosh, I just talked forever. What? Okay, so let me see. So I started out. Hello. Okay, yeah, that's very odd. I don't like that at all whatsoever. I've never had it do that before. I'm checking. My camera is still saying that it's not connected. Let me make sure. Okay, okay. I wonder if somebody is jacking with my stuff. Deborah, that's what I'm thinking about I should be doing. Hold on, let me check one more thing here. Because it looks like I'm pretty secure, but okay. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty secure, so I don't understand. We'll see if it does it again, then I'm going to log out and log back in. But we'll keep going until I either end, because I'm almost done. I want to end it before 6 hours, and it's 20 till 6 in the morning already. Okay, so let me run through it real quick. So the last communication that I saw from Fred was November 3rd to Chris. Chris never got back with Fred at all. So Fred and Sheila are talking about, they think Katie said no, because that was the last that they had heard was Chris was going to check with Katie and then let them know about doing the interview. Well, since they never got back, they assume that means Katie said nope. So that's what he's saying right here. And there was something else. I'm going to have to rewind because now that just threw me off. I'm going to let this play for just a second, and I'm going to rewind on my phone so that I can go back and hear. There were two things that Chris said that I wanted to address. So I'm going to let you guys listen to this while I rewind. Right. Chris said no. Right. Exactly. It's happened to others on a live. It's weird. Oh, it has? The camera and the microphone? That's weird. Especially since I use two different things, like my earbuds are my audio for me to hear. My microphone is plugged in to my laptop. It's not my earbud. And my camera is separate. Like it's all, I don't know. We'll see. If it happens again, then I'll log out and reboot and do all that. But right now I just changed one of my settings. So I'm hoping that will prevent anything else from happening. Even if somebody is trying to jack with me. That happens sometimes too. People don't like your opinions. They come in and they start jacking behind the scenes and you know. So hopefully that's not happening. Okay, I'm going to play this right here where they talk about it so I can listen to what Chris said so I can write it down. I should have written it down so I can address it. Okay. Let me see. Hi, Mrs. T. It happened to another creator the other day. Well, hopefully, fingers crossed, good vibes. It's not going to happen to me again. Okay, here we go.
Seth. Chris said he would check with Katie about the interview.
Yeah, he said he was open to it, but he would run it by her to see what she
That's right.
Thought or would do.
That's right.
Wanted to do.
Later, Katie declined. Crickets. Now, right now, Chris is watching this video and he's thinking, she never declined. I never got back with you. Crickets. Yeah. Actually, didn't respond back at all.
We didn't hear you.
But by not responding back, we knew Katie had declined. Now, Katie is in that video there, the first video that says, we want to keep Sebastian in the news. We want to keep him out there. We offered. We're 3 hours away, 4 hours away. Gas that we could use for something else, time that we could spend fishing or on the lake. We offered to give our time, our gas, didn't want it. Said in that news interview, I feel you, baby. I don't want to get, well, guys, listen, I'm a little bit frustrated, punk.
I
now, listen, when you say something, watch what you say because people may call you out on it. When you get on TV and you say, we want all the attention we can get, and then you file suits or you're offered to be on, I don't care if it's a YouTube channel. I don't care if it's Mickey Mouse TV. Everything that you can get for that child and any kind of attention at that time is worth something.
Yeah.
Maybe that one person that took him or that he's with or picked him up on the side of the road or that did something with him. Maybe somebody's conscience will start working on them the more they actually see him in the news. If somebody did have anything to do with it, maybe the more they see him on YouTube and on the news, it starts working on people's conscience.
Yeah. It's very possible.
I don't mean to be mean calling people out, but
yeah,
we offered, we asked, Sheila said, he said
he would
open to it.
Yeah, I'm open to it. He said, but he was going to have, he's going to ask her to say what she wanted.
Never got back with us. We're going to post the text messages. Post that one right here again. Post where I text them again. But see, I didn't keep texting.
Right.
I didn't keep texting because I didn't want to be sued.
Right.
Didn't want to be sued. Guys, I'll tell you something about Sheila and I. We ain't got a pot to pee in or a window to throw it out. So, and we've got, if I did one thing in my career, it was make friends with a bunch of attorneys after I've been a police officer for 40 years. So I do have a few friends that I think would represent us. But by the time you sued us and got financial statements, you'd probably feel sorry and give to us.
Probably.
Sent message to them. We sent text messages to them, and Sheila will post them here again. Why? We thought she wanted attention in Sebastian's case. That's what she said in her news interview.
And what better way than social media?
Thank you, baby. That's exactly right. Exactly. We've got 25,000 subscribers, or that's what we had at that time.
At that very time. We don't want to mislead them.
But we were receiving hundreds of thousands of views on some of our videos.
Mm-hmm.
One video we had go.
It went viral.
Went viral.
Yeah.
One of our videos,
yeah.
at least one, went
people
viral.
were sharing it and everything else. And I had people call me up and say, you're viral. You're viral. And I was like,
and people's calling up and asking, can we use your video? Can we share this? Can we, guys, you can do anything you want. Sheila and I don't do this for YouTube. We barely make enough on YouTube to pay our gas. We don't pay our gas if we go to a lot of things or do a lot of things.
Trips, yeah.
Now imagine the subscribers and other YouTubers and the views that they had or could have gotten by sharing our video or doing a video often of it, just as we do with theirs. Imagine some of these people.
JLR investigates hillbilly crime, Law and Crime Network, and Hidden True Crime.
And that's
just a few.
Yeah, there's several more. But imagine, and I don't know if Duty Ron's another one, but these people has thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Imagine all of them sharing our videos or us sharing theirs when they do it.
With their viewers, yeah.
Why would you rather hang posters or talk to the news about hanging posters when there's platforms with hundreds of thousands of viewers who are longing to interview you? We were longing. We wanted to talk.
To help solve the mystery of Sebastian. It wasn't just for the content or the clicks, whatever. We were trying to honestly help.
Not everybody's out there for the clicks. Now, once again, some guy said the other day about, they're just wanting clicks. True. I would hate to think that we make videos and nobody would watch them. We hope people watch them. But
we were trying to help.
We wanted to help. We wanted to keep the word out there, keep it going. We wanted to talk, and it's going to come up here in a minute, so I won't get ahead of myself. But let us clarify. When we talked to Chris on the phone, we were extremely nice, as was he.
Yes. And you heard that.
You've heard that by now.
Yeah.
We were nice. Yeah. And a lot of it's been cut out because some of it I talked. I was talking about finding Joseph Couch's body. I was criticizing another police agency. Not another police agency, the Kentucky State Police. I don't want to throw it at nobody else. Let's leave it. That's all I'll say. But so some of that we cut out because Sheila doesn't like me to sore spot with me. But said he had no problem talking with us, but he would run it by Katie. Katie must have refused. And why would be the question.
Amen.
Because he never called us back. He never texted us back when I text.
Yeah.
He never, no more contact. Of course, he's filing suits against people, so I didn't want to harass him.
Exactly.
No need to get on. I don't care to get sued, guys. If you get sued, think about getting sued in life.
Okay, I want to pause it right there before he talks about the deposition part. Make sure my microphone is still working and I'm not getting screwed right now. Okay, nope. It's there. I know, aren't they, Jenny? Oh, I love them so much. They're so cute. I love them. So the thing that I thought that there were two things, but I guess it was only one, or I missed the other thing that he had said. But he talked about having the grievance classes, right? You can hear me. Yay! Can you hear me now? He said that a pastor in either North or South Carolina had reached out and offered grievance classes, right? So did that mean that they're taking those classes? They're doing those classes? Or he just said to Katie, why not? We're always grieving. How did you understand that? I feel like they had to do the anniversary interviews in America's Most Wanted, but those are very controlled. I agree, Janine. I agree. Yep. And then what was the other one that he wanted to do? It was like 4 months ago, I think. Chris had gotten on a panel. I'm pretty sure that's when it was because I made a video about it. Let me look. I'm pretty sure it was 4 months ago. But anyway, he was on a channel that he likes to go on for whatever reason. And he said that's when he said that he wanted to be on the biggest rooftops. They wanted to be on the biggest rooftops. And I said, why wouldn't you be on every rooftop, right? Where is it? Let's see, 3 months ago. Okay, it was further back, I guess. 7 months ago. Okay, 7 months ago. My video only has 611 views. My views are so low. What the heck? So the title is Any Rooftop is Better Than No Rooftop. Because why would you hold out? I want to say he said Dateline. And there were a couple creators that were on panel, and they were like, okay. One person said they had a contact at Dateline. I'm pretty sure I'm going to use Dateline as that is what he said, but he might have said something different. But the person said, well, I have a contact there, so I'll reach out to them. Another creator said, let's all reach out to them and blow them up, and surely that'll definitely get Chris and Katie on their show then. And here we are 7 months later, and I haven't seen them on anything. On anything at all. Nothing ever came of it. But Katie said she wanted the attention, right? Like, that's what Sheila and Fred are talking about here. She wants the attention. All right, I'm going to go just a little tiny bit further here, and then we're going to wrap this up.
You file a countersuit. The first thing you do, if you're ever sued by anybody, file a countersuit, so that way you can depose that person in depositions. First thing you want to do is have depositions.
Okay.
You want to depose that person and ask some questions. Wouldn't it be great to have Katie and Chris under oath asking questions that pertain to Sebastian? That's what we wanted to do in our interview. We were nice, but we were wanting Chris to invite us down and say, yeah, guys, come on down. Katie said, sure, come down. Because, see, we feel we could be wrong, and this is our opinion. This is assumption. But we feel if a person really, really, really was missing a child and wanted attention for that child and wanted to find that child and had nothing to hide, they would say, yeah, guys, come on down. We appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. I'll answer any question you got, because Sheila and I had some questions. We've got some questions.
Yeah.
What do we want to do more than anything, babe?
We want to find Sebastian. We want to bring him home, and we want to look at their faces, their actions, their how they remark to everything that we said.
We want to look at them. Are they possible suspects? Of course they are. They know they are.
Yeah.
We talk about it on the phone.
Yeah.
Parents are always the number one suspect. Why is that? Because the parents
are usually the last ones to see him.
Are usually not only the last one to see him, but they're the perpetrator.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like in cases where, I don't know. Never mind.
No, you're all right. No, they like hearing from you, baby.
Yeah.
There's some people that thinking like you. I'm a police officer, or I was. You're not. Tell them your thoughts.
Well, I was just saying why the parents would probably be the suspect, just because the child lives with the parents. And like I said, that would be more than likely if they disappeared from the home like that, then that would be the reason why.
That's a great point, because there's some people out there thinking like that.
Yeah.
As a former police officer, I'm thinking I want to look at the parents and question them, because a lot of times the parents are the bad guys. A lot of times the parents, unfortunately, but that's true. But see, Sheila's got such a good heart, and that's the yin and yang. That's what we do. Sheila would want to talk to them and say, how was Sebastian? How did he do? And Sheila, we've got people and know people, and she's worked with children about autism.
His favorite colors, and
that's Sheila.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I would be asking other questions. But both of us, we look at people, we watch people.
Yeah.
That's what you do as an investigator. And Sheila is a great investigator. And Sheila's a big helper because Sheila looks at things from another point of view than what me and another police officer would be doing after years and years of experience.
Or whatever you want to call us.
Just a regular civilian person that doesn't go around investigating a lot, or not in police anyway.
That's for sure.
Sheila and I wasn't going to go in there and be accusatory.
No.
We wasn't.
I think that they would do a fantabulous job at doing an interview with Chris and Katie. What do you guys think? I think they are so patient and so kind and so respectful, but at the same time, they're observant. Fred definitely has the knowledge and the training. Definitely, right? We are almost at 100 thumbs up. Thank you, Janine, for saying that, because I was just checking the thumbs up because I want to end this live stream with a jungle party. Okay. Now, if you've never been here for a jungle party, ooh, buddy. I don't know if it's as good as Justin's chicken party, but a jungle party is, whew, it's good. Okay, it's good. So we only need 5 more smooches on the thumbs up. So close out your chat if you're on your phone. Smooch the thumbs up. Open the chat back up. If you're on your computer, you should be able to see the thumbs up directly below the screen. You still can see the chat out to the side. And let's get 100. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. I'll even do a countdown. We will count down. We need 3 more. 3 more thumbs up. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Smooch it. Do it, 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 do it. Did we do it? Hi, Selena. Thank you. Whoop, whoop. Let me see. Let me refresh it and see where we are. Did we do it? Did we do it? Did we do it? No, it still says 97. Oh, no. 3 people. Is everybody asleep? Everybody that's not chatting is asleep right now, huh? Or they've already smooched the thumbs up. Smooch it, please. I know we can get 100. I know we can. So we can go to the jungle. Ooh. If you have been here for a jungle party, tell me in the chat if you have been here for a jungle party. It didn't count yours on the TV. Maybe because you're signed into the same account, maybe? 1 more? 1 more, Deborah? See, my phone is showing 2 more, and my laptop is showing 3 more. But if Deborah says we only need 1 more. Oh, Loma Sharon said 99 also. Okay, so we only need 1 more. Selena, you're getting ready for work. I haven't even gone to bed yet. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. That deserves a thumbs up, doesn't it? I've been live for 5 hours and 13 minutes. See, you see 2 also, Misty? That's crazy that it's showing all these different numbers. YouTube's messing with us. I know Little Miss Sharon's been here, right? And the jungle parties are amazing, aren't they? We have so much fun. That's how we got to end it out. We need a jungle party. Ooh, doggy, we need a jungle party. Somebody took their thumbs up away. It says 99. Mine says 98. 2 now. Okay, hold on. Oh, okay. It says 99. We only need 1 more. 1 more thumbs up. 1 more. Okay. All right. I'm gonna keep going because I want to talk about one more thing before we end it out here. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna stop sharing. I'm gonna pull that down. And I want to talk facts for just a second because I was just looking at, we were talking about The last time we heard from Katie Proudfoot was in February of 2025. The time before that was in April. It was either April or May of 2024. So she had gone 9 whole months with nothing. We didn't hear her voice anywhere. And then in February, she did the 1-year anniversary thing, and the America's Most Wanted was around that same time. And here we are in August. So from February to August is 6 months. So in 15 months, she's done 2 interviews. Now I saw, is it Janine that said right, it was Bodie who said that they had a contact with Dateline and they ended up doing an article. So that was also around that same time, right? The 1-year anniversary, same time. You guys are all still seeing 99? Come on, one more person. If you're falling asleep, just open your eyes real quick, close the chat, hit the thumbs up, and you can go right back to sleep. We need one more thumbs up. Please, pretty, please. I'm begging you with cherries on top and everything. Look, Justin begs for 1,000. I'm begging for 100, okay? Just 100. A hundo. So I don't understand that. I cannot fathom going 15 months and only doing 2 interviews. 2 in 15 months. So Katie, how are you keeping the attention on your son if you're not opening your mouth? How are you doing that? And I am seriously asking. Hanging up local flyers, that's great. What if it isn't local? What if Sebastian was kidnapped and he's off in California? How you gonna get to California with your paper flyers? You're not. You need to utilize social media. Your choice. You get to pick what panels you go on. Utilize the opportunities. Fred and Sheila want to drive 3 hours to talk to you about your child. And you can't even text them back. Like I said earlier, actions speak way, way louder. And they are way more valuable than cheap ass words. In my opinion, allegedly. And we did it. We did it. We really, really did it. Woo woo. We're going to the jungle, baby. Thank you so much. We got 102. Oh, you love me. You really love me. Thank you. Oh, you guys are awesome. You're rock stars, I swear. That's so awesome. Okay, look. While I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and throw out shut the front door. There we are. I'm going to throw out the other 5 memberships that I have because the last month that I went live, I only threw out 5 because I was going to throw out the other 5 in another live stream, but I never went live for the rest of the month. we're almost at the end of August. So if I don't go live before the end of the month, then these 5 memberships will go to waste. So I'm going to throw them out now. So hopefully, again, people in the chat will get them. Because we got to build up the squad a little bit. Like, I want to do some private squad membership live streams where we can just chill and chat and shoot the shit and say whatever the heck we want to say. Okay, that's what I want to do. So I want to build up the membership. So I'm going to throw them out and let's see who gets them. Hopefully people in the chat. Oh, Witchy Mama, Janine, Katie Brandon, Ava, I know Ava, Joanne Jackson. Welcome to the squad, everybody. Witchy Mama and Janine, you guys got a membership. Yay. Welcome to the squad. Whoop, whoop. I love it. I love it. I really, really love it. Oh, thank you for being here, Witchy Mama. Oh, I'm so excited. See, I like to see the green in the chat. Like, I like it. I like it. Thank you so much. I'm going to have to make a new members post. I try to do postesses and little videos for my members too. And when I put out a new video, I usually always try to do members first. So when I upload a new video, no matter what it is, I try to do members first. So that way members get to watch it for like 12 hours or 24 hours ahead of everybody else. So that's another one of the little perks to being a member. Okay. Okay. Let me see. All right. So we got to wrap this up. Let me close that out and let me see. So Katie wanted awareness, wanted the attention, make Sebastian the focus, not let him get pushed down and, other things put above him. And here it is. I knew I had it here. Okay, so the FBI's child abduction rapid deployment data shows that 70% of child abduction cases, the offender had a known relationship with the child, usually a parent or family member. National studies show that up to 99% of abducted children are taken by family members, not strangers. Isn't that crazy? So, thank you, Janine. Aw, Janine just bought a squad membership. Aw, I think I should call them like squad ships, right? Does that sound cool? Janine just gifted a squad ship. And we Scottish Ma got it. Oh, we Scottish Ma is so sweet. I love that. Thank you so much, Janine. I got a video. And this will be the first time I think I've ever played this video. I think you're the first person that has gifted memberships, Janine. Is that true? I think that's true. Let's play the video. Here we go. You ready to shake your booty? Shake, shake, shake. We're building that squad one rock star at a time. Whoop, whoop. Thank you so much, Janine. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The silence of the parents make you look like you don't care and possibly guilty, in my opinion. I agree, Mrs. T. I agree. That's why I believe I'm outraged by the silence. And what was it? 71% of you guys are also outraged by the silence. Hi, Miss Connie B. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. So let's wrap it up, right? So here's where I stand. Chris and Katie's refusal to do interviews is outrageous. They're contradicting themselves. Well, Katie is at least, right? And it's flat out harmful to the search for Sebastian. How are people going to search without awareness? They say they want him in the news, but then they're silent. Every chance that they could be making that happen. I've heard Chris say that, they're protecting themselves. But what about Sebastian? What about his protection? What about his safety? We, the true crime community, the squad, this rock star squad, we're not going to let Sebastian be forgotten. We will keep his name out there. We will keep demanding answers. And if Chris and Katie won't speak, we will point out that silence speaks louder than words. Sebastian Rogers deserves better. He deserves a family that will fight tooth and nail to keep his story alive. And if they won't do it, we will. And if you're a member, we have green hearts in the membership emojis. And you can drop those in the chat just like that. They're prayer hands in the center of the heart. Protecting. Oh, wait, hold on. What did you say? Protecting yourself by putting out misinformation. And I don't believe she ever hung posters, let alone repeatedly. She just said that because she knows she looks like the a-hole she is, in my opinion. I love you guys. I do. I love you guys. We're not going to let Sebastian be forgotten. I mean, the bottom line is, if your child is missing, you don't hide. You don't. You hop on every rooftop and rooftop hop. Okay? Oh, I love the green hearts. Oh, they're so pretty. My mouse stopped working. I'm just saying in the text. That's okay, Janae. We got you, girl. We got you. He just deserves so much better. Like, it's so frustrating. We went through the same shit with Summer Wells. I mean, at first, Dawn and Candace decided that they were just going to completely, jack up the entire case by being belligerent. And then they just decided to go silent. So we've been through it. I'm having flashbacks to that. I guess I expected better. I expected more. And if it wasn't for Seth, Sebastian would be completely out of sight from family members. That's scary, right? Thank you, Jenny. I love them. I think they're so pretty. And Janine, I think a lot of people have been that way too. You know, a lot of people have really connected and gotten invested with Sebastian's case. Like, you always have that one case that really like gets you to your core, you know, that like goes in and it gets you. It takes your heart and it twists it in all different directions. Right, Brandy Vaughn. Brandy Vaughn has been an amazing voice for her son. Amazing. Even through her struggles that she's been through. And the only other parent that I can think of that comes close to Brandy Vaughn is Seth Rogers. The ones that I have seen in cases that I have covered, okay, for minor children. Now, I will also include Cherie Smith in that because Cherie's daughter went missing and she was an adult. Desiree Thompson was an adult who had 3 children of her own. And when Desiree vanished, Cherie took those children in and started raising them as her own. And it took 10 years for Desiree to be found because her killer had loose lips and had told a father and a son, and they finally went to law enforcement. Law enforcement went to the backyard of where the guy used to live, and they found Desiree right where the 2 father and son, had said that the killer had put her. Which Cherie never gave up. When Orrin and Orson West were reported missing in California City, California, Cherie used that to her advantage. Not only was she an amazing voice for the boys, but she also included her daughter and used every platform to spread awareness about all 3 of them. Not just her child and not just the boys, but all 3 of them. And finally, her daughter was found. Not the way that she wanted her found, but I know that it was just a relief that she had answers. How can you sit there in the unknown and not want answers? And how do you expect to get answers if you don't open your flippin' mouth? My ice maker is so loud. I don't know if you can hear it or not, but it is over there on the counter, sounding like a whole space shuttle about to take off. Let me see. Right, Jenny? Only particular rooftops, right? They can only step on the high class, the big skyscraper rooftops. Like, they don't want to step on any low rooftops that may have a broken shingle or may, it may be time to upgrade the shingles or, those are petty. Like, they're not going to mess with those little roofs, right? I'm sorry, but I call bullshit. In my opinion, allegedly. Yes, would you, mama? Let me get caught up here. Me too, Janine. Me too. Right, Jenny? You wouldn't be hearing about Sebastian at all. And let me go over here and pop this up on the screen here too while we're wrapping this up before we go to the jungle. Mrs. T, exactly. Kids don't just disappear. Sebastian didn't teleport out of his bedroom. He was inside of a locked home with one person, his mother. Allegedly, there is no camera footage whatsoever of him leaving out the front door, out the back door, or out the garage door on his own 2 feet. All of his shoes are still at home. All of Chris's shoes are still at home. All of Katie's shoes are still at home. And he's not the tomboy type. He wouldn't go walking in the woods without any shoes on his feet. So what the hell happened to him then? If he didn't go walking, Chris, how does that theory of he went westbound on Long Hollow Pike and got picked up, but he wouldn't walk outside without his shoes on? He wouldn't walk through the woods without his shoes on? You think he'd walk all the way down to Long Hollow Pike without his shoes on? Bullshit. So that just shot your theory right to hell, didn't it? Oopsie. Oopsies. Mrs. D, I would rather know than not know, right? That's why I said, I talked to Cherie for 2 years before Desiree was found. I did a spirit box session for Desiree, and that's one of my validation videos. During that spirit box session, Spirit told me that Desiree was in the backyard. Spirit told me what had happened. That it was a physical altercation. Like, there was a lot of information. Spirit even said the guy's name. The guy's name was Jose Lara. 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 During my spirit box session, I kept hearing Laura. I thought a persistent spirit was coming through, trying to reach out to one of their loved ones who was still living, named Laura. And so I felt like, this message may be for you, because this is like, they keep saying Laura, because they also said her estranged husband's name, which was Edward. And Edward was abusive. The night before, Edward had just pulled a gun on Desiree in front of her children. So Cherie was dead set that Edward was the one who had hurt Desiree. And Edward also vanished the same day that Desiree did. Vanished. He was gone. Never questioned by law enforcement, nothing. So it was, all signs pointed to Edward. But law enforcement knew it wasn't him. Some way, somehow, they knew that it wasn't him. They reached out to him, of course, to try to have an interview with him, but he vanished. He was gone. So during my spirit box session, we heard Edward multiple times, but we also heard Laura. We also heard he kicked her off the back porch. I'm actually trying to make an updated video of that validation right now, but I just shared it on my community tab the other day. So if you haven't seen it and you believe, or if you don't believe and you want to be open to the possibility of validation, go check out that video. I break it all down with the factual information from law enforcement and my spirit box session. I line it up with when the guy got arrested, when he went to court, when he was convicted, and the different things that Spirit told me that were validated by factual information from law enforcement. It still gives me goosebumps, still to this day. And another thing, while Cherie and I were on the same panel together, we were talking about Desiree's case, and she was kind of like, I had already done the spirit box session, and she had told me during the spirit box session, I heard Gabriel Fernandez's name. Well, I only knew who Gabriel was because of the Netflix documentary that was out. I had watched it, I don't know, like a month or two before I had started talking to Cherie. And so when I heard his name during my session, I documented it. You know, I put it on the screen. I didn't know why, but that's what Spirit said, so I put it up there. Well, then when Cherie was watching the session, she told me that the only detective out of all the police officers, detectives, law enforcement officers, whatever, that had worked Desiree's case in the last, at that point, it had been 8 years. There was only one detective that she trusted. One. And he worked the case until he couldn't do it any longer, and he left the police force in California City, and he moved to, I think, Vegas. And he had been gone for over a year. And she had not spoken to him. Or no, wait. I don't know how long he had been gone. She had not spoken to him in over a year, right? So she's telling us all about, his name was Detective O'Quinn, and excuse me, she was telling us about why she trusted him and different things that he had done and said and helped with and all of that. Well, then later during that same live stream, Cherie had a shaky ass voice and said, "You guys are never going to guess who just messaged me." And so we're all sitting there like, who? And she said, Detective O'Quinn. Shut the front door. Like, she had not spoken to him in over a year, close to a year and a half. And as we're sitting there talking about him and Desiree's case, he sends her a message. She didn't even have his number to get a hold of him. She said she would have to reach out to another parent to get his number. Like, the magic that happened on that panel that night was amazing. Amazing. So I will never, ever be told that spirit isn't real, or ghosts don't exist, or you can't speak to people who have passed away, or, you know, like, you can't convince me otherwise. I'll grab that video link and drop it before we end. So if you guys want to go watch it, well, I'll drop it at the end of the live stream. But we need to go to the jungle so that I can end this before 6 hours, and we have 16 minutes. So let me go find my jungle video. You guys ready to go to the jungle? Are you ready? I don't know if you're ready. Are you ready? Are you ready to go to the jungle? Let's do some giggles first. All right. And then let's do a funny video, a funny little clip here. Okay. A funny one. Pop. And then we're gonna do this one.
The popo's gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo's gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo's gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo's gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo's gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo knocking at your door.
Let the hair down looking like a rusty AARP cheerleader.
All right, and now we're gonna go to the jungle. All right, you ready? You ready? Here we go. Well, that's all I have for you for this stream. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I know we don't discuss rainbows and puppies, so it's hard to hear this stuff. It's unfortunately the reality of the wicked world we live in, and these are the monsters that walk amongst us. The positive side is, not only do we get the honor to share a victim's face, life, and story, but we get to learn from these cases. We get to learn about the red flags in each and every case. This collection of red flags will help us keep our families safe because we'll be able to detect dangerous people and situations much better. We have the privilege to learn from these cases. Now, a few thank yous are in order. Please thank our mod squad for keeping our chat running smoothly and respectful. Welcome again to all of our new squad members. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you to each one of you who sent a super chat or gifted a membership to help our squad grow. Thank you to the very special people who sent me a tip on Cash App or who bought me a coffee. You keep me going, and I appreciate your support so much. I appreciate each one of you for being here tonight and for smooching the thumbs up, even the lurkers who don't chat, although I do wish that you would consider chatting next time we don't bite too hard. Now, if you're watching the replay, thank you so much for watching till the end. Make sure that you leave a comment with the hashtag SSSquad so that I can personally thank you in the comment section. May you have the kind of day that karma feels you've earned. And until next time, I love you bunches.